Bills were back at practice yesterday. Today is not an off day for the team. It's an off day from St. John Fisher. But today's the return of the blue and red. Practice tonight at Highmark Stadium, the last in this stadium. And we'll see who is participating out there on the field. There was no Cole Bishop on the field for the Bills yesterday, so keeping an eye on his status at this point. No Alec Anderson as well. He actually had a knee scope and is considered week to week. Looked like a good day for Keon Coleman. You can get all the details from practice yesterday from Sal Capaccio on our website at WGR550.com. Hall of Fame game last night. The Chargers blow out the Lions 34-7. Trey Lance threw for 120 yards and 2 touchdowns. No picks for him. Former Bills quarterback Kyle Allen for Detroit threw 2 interceptions on his own. So the Chargers win. Terry McLaurin requests a trade out of Washington. The Commanders, according to Adam Schefter, are getting calls but have no intention of trading McLaurin, who's been looking for a new contract all offseason. He is at training camp but is on the injured list. And former Bills running back Latavius Murray officially announcing his retirement from the NFL yesterday after 10 seasons in the league. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Sports Giant, WGR SportsRadio550. One unassailable truth. The return of football means the return of complaining about football.
All right, go ahead.
And that's everybody. That's everybody. Football's back, baby.
Yeah.
And what is it? A nonstop roast of, look at this ridiculous sport.
It's kind of like the return of summer, right? Like, the weather was terrible all spring. It's like, man, I can't wait for summer. And summer shows up like, too hot.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Too hot.
What would we do if we didn't complain? And last night, Chargers and Lions, the Hall of Fame game. Hopefully you watched it. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Maybe you watched something else.
So I got to it 3 minutes late. There was a review on the first play.
I did not see that either. I was
the kickoff.
I was busy. I was out with Joe Marino and Patrick Moran for Patrick's Talking Buffalo podcast. So I missed the challenge on the review on the opening kickoff.
There was a fumble on the kickoff.
Great.
And they had to review it.
Great. I'll have to go back.
I mean, they need it's
preseason for everybody.
Got it.
I beat you to it.
Preseason for everybody.
I'll have to go back and watch because, of course, the most important thing is that they got it right. And it'll help me sleep tonight if I see that they got that call right. Yeah. I missed it. There was a fumble.
There was a fumble, I guess, on the opening kickoff, and then I don't know how long the review was. Like I said, I got to it a little bit after that.
I watched the second half. I am one of the 7 people.
Second half?
Yeah.
Yikes.
I'm one of the 7 people in America that stayed up and watched the entire second half, but I have a specific reason why I did that. Because I was also, and we'll see how smart this is by the time we get to like 10 a.m. and noon. I stayed up till about midnight watching that game and also assembling a small table and chairs for kids.
Oh, okay.
So
it was background, kind of.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I've got a reason to stay up. If I put this together now, I can keep an eye on this, and I can get 5 or 6 things to complain about tomorrow. That's pretty much what I thought.
Okay.
And I did get that. I have, although I'm trying to
really,
yeah,
from the second half.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Was Trey Lance still in the game at that point? Because I did not watch the second half.
No. Kyle Allen was in when I was watching.
He was in the first half too.
Kamani Vidal was great.
My part of the parlay, that was a hit yesterday.
Congratulations.
Vidal.
Yeah. So I missed the opening, but I saw the second half.
Did you see the Hawkeye technology to measure first downs?
It's on the list of things to complain about.
All right, we'll have to get to that.
The biggest problem I have right now is last night as I was building this table, I had It's a small little table and chairs like for an arts and crafts corner for the kids. And whenever we get stuff like that, I'm one of these people that I like to put that stuff together. It was a little tedious. It took a while, but I still enjoy that. It's easy. It's fun. Take it all out.
Yeah.
Lay out the parts, numbered, lettered. Here's the little pouch that's got the wooden dowels in it and the pouch that's got this. So I was in my element. Like, all right, yeah, I'll do this in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
And watching that last night, I was thinking, perfect. I'm just going to get more material for tomorrow. And I had 3 things to complain about that were not a rules analyst.
Okay.
And I can only remember 2 of them. I should have written it down. The third thing is I can't remember what I'm complaining about anymore. So anyway. But it was football.
It was football. I just appreciate it for what it was, and that there were a couple of guys that that guy, he's playing tonight. I mean, that was Trey Lance, but we already knew that.
Yeah.
And I thought he looked pretty good. We'll see.
Your guy, Trey Lance.
My guy,
Joe's,
Trey Lance.
Trey Lance truther routine is about to get kicked up a notch.
Thought he looked polished, playing like the 6th football game of his life. Someone finally giving him a shot to throw the ball around.
Do you think the Bills gave the Lions a call last night? They previously
the Lions
did
a
call? Sorry, the Chargers.
Oh, the Chargers.
They previously did try to get Trey Lance once.
They did. They called the Niners about him when the Cowboys got him for like a 4th or something, which would make sense. They didn't want to go that high. So Lance was interesting last night. I'm watching and going, Nyheim Hines. There he is. Nyheim Miller Hines, I believe, actually now, though. He's got a hyphenated name. Jarrett Patterson, former UB running back, was out there last night.
Saw that.
Saw Kyle Allen. It's really just an exercise of, that guy. He's playing he's on the Chargers depth chart. That's basically what last night was for me. And it was football.
It was football. Collinsworth.
Just not taking it trying not to take things that aren't supposed to be serious too seriously.
Right. Collinsworth did say in the game, in the second half, and I quote, this game is meaningless.
Good for him.
He said it. And Tirico had a good line. What? We've made it this far, and you're telling me it doesn't mean anything? And he
like his 20th Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, he wanted to talk about how the guys in the game it's meaningful, but the Lions didn't play any of their starters because you could tell Collinsworth in that moment was trying to reassure, people that live in Detroit. You don't have to call your sports station and say, "Oh my goodness, we got walked by the Chargers in a preseason game." Relax, everybody. But it was preseason. It was the Chargers. It was Harbaugh firing up Trey Lance, who went 13 of 20 for 120 and 2 touchdowns.
Yep, only took 1 sack on the night too.
Yeah,
wasn't scrambling all the time. He was trying to throw the ball, and he had some pretty passes. I think he always had arm talent. Like, he had the big arm. It was really inconsistent, but it's too late for him, right? No matter what, it's too late for him.
Lance.
Yeah. And what's funny about it's too late for him is you've never seen a pick that high ever get this little of a chance. He was the 3rd overall pick. Do you know how many games he ended up starting?
Is it like 5?
5.
Okay.
He ended up starting 5 games. So if someone did, say, try that out for a spin, you'd be giving a 3rd overall pick that's only played 5 games a shot, but I don't think he's ever getting a shot.
It just feels like
it's been too long. It's been too, the timeline's been too long.
And it's also, who owned the car before you? Who had Lance on their team before you?
Right.
If you are, he was drafted by Matt Eberflus. You might think,
sure,
there's something in there.
Who gets second chances all the time? Jets quarterbacks.
Yes, I was just going to say Adam Gase.
Quarterbacks.
If he had been with Adam Gase, maybe there's something in there. Instead, it's Kyle Shanahan. And I'm not saying it has never happened, but I think that the NFL at large, the coaches, Shanahan didn't like that? Okay, it's not going to work for me. Like, Shanahan can shine up any quarterback into something, all the way down to Nick Mullins and, of course, Garoppolo and Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy.
Yep.
So, Kyle wouldn't start him? Nah, it's over. Sorry. Right. Sorry, kid. You got a chance with the guy that's the quarterback wizard, and he said you can't do it. So I'm not be the one to take a chance. That said, he played pretty well for Harbaugh and Greg Roman last night. And
he did, in a preseason game against backups, but he did.
Right, that's right. In a preseason game against backups. This is where someone calls and says, guys, E.J. Manuel had a really nice game against the Colts. Like, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right, he did.
That's where I wonder, so he is the 3rd pick by the Niners, who immediately were a contender, right?
Yep.
Like they had a weird year where they were that low in the standings. Actually,
it's not that weird for them. They do that all the time.
Right. And actually, if I remember right, they weren't that low. They traded up with Miami, didn't they? With like a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Future first-round picks to move up and get him. He ends up going to a team that's great right away. And he was a developmental type of quarterback. He had hardly played football in his life. Didn't play the whole COVID year because there was no FCS football, whatever. If he goes to the Jets and plays 30 games and doesn't look good, is he more likely to get a chance?
I think he might be.
Because that's what's kind of weird about that.
Because I'll tell you,
no one got to see him, and that almost makes it harder for a guy like that to get that second opportunity than... Well, I guess Zach Wilson was the number 2 pick. He has not got a second opportunity. Maybe he never will. But Darnold and Geno Smith, like they eventually got it, and maybe Wilson will before Lance ever would.
Yeah. I was thinking about this with Jets quarterbacks recently because I was comparing Daniel Jones and his stint with the Giants to Geno Smith with the Jets.
Okay.
Because Geno Smith got another chance and is now good.
Yeah.
And
it took him a long time for that second chance,
It did. Yeah. And Daniel Jones is a laughingstock. And if you look at Daniel Jones' first stint with the Giants against Geno Smith, they do not look like, oh, this guy deserves a chance, and laughingstock. They look like the same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Geno Smith he had 0 good years with the Jets. And somehow, got the right kind of scenario and proved himself. But with the Jets, his seasons went 12 touchdowns, 21 picks, 13-13, and then he never really played again for them. It was over.
Right.
2014 with the Jets, 13 touchdowns and 13 picks. A full 8 years later.
Yeah.
30-11 with Seattle.
8 years later.
8 years later. That was the Geno Smith arc.
There's one start in there. I'm looking at his career too right now. There's one start in there with the Giants that was very controversial because that was when Ben McAdoo ended Eli's start streak.
That's right.
And Geno was the one that went in for one game. Ben McAdoo might have ended up being onto something, and they never got to look at it.
But Geno's best year with the Jets was 13-13 touchdown to interception.
Okay.
Daniel Jones was positive on touchdown to interception 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times.
Okay. Throwing how many touchdowns?
24-12, 15-5, 8-7. 10-7, 11-10. The point is
pretty low, but yeah.
Oh, sure.
You're right. Yeah.
But I was just thinking about this guy is literally a laughingstock. The Colts bring him in, and it's who would ever want this bum? And yet Geno Smith was much worse.
That's right.
And got an 8-year gap and still found his way.
But he is definitely a rarity.
Yes, I agree.
Geno Smith.
Yep.
Like, more often, that guy that gets a second chance, Trubisky, this is kind of the case for, right? He ends up getting one in Pittsburgh. Almost always, those guys are not good. Like, at all. Like, Jones right now, and also, like, there is the starting experience part of this is interesting, too, because even, like, Geno Smith started 30 games, right, in his Jets career. That's what Pro Football Reference says. Mm-hmm. Daniel Jones started 69 football games.
Nice.
He played a lot of football. And that's kind of where the Colts, I guess, they prefer the guy who's experienced. For me, I would look at Daniel Jones and go, I have a lot more evidence that guy is not good at quarterback, and yet he's getting a look as maybe being a starter again, and I got a guy playing last night who's played 5 games that nobody would even think to look at as a starter. And in my opinion, I'm like, I'd rather take the shot at that guy. Give me the shot at the guy who's played 5 games. Maybe Shanahan was wrong. Let me take a bet on that because that's all I'm going on. With Daniel Jones, I've got 7 seasons worth of tape that tell me he's not good. With Lance, it's just Shanahan mystique
5 games
for him not being good. But yet, who's the guy that's going to get a shot to start? Although, actually, have you read about Colts camp? Colts camp is like it's
Richardson's all of a sudden taking the reins.
But I think that's because Jones looks so bad.
Oh, okay.
The Colts signed him and like they finally got him on the practice field and they're like, oh, this doesn't look very good. So maybe we should try Richardson out again.
Who could have predicted?
Right.
The Hall of Fame game last night, Chargers and Lions. And we talked a lot about the Chargers yesterday. The Lions will be interesting too. I heard Collinsworth was talking about them saying this year they're going to put Montgomery and Gibbs on the field at the same time. That's a new wrinkle of their offense. Mm-hmm. Last year, I think they were on the field for the same snap 11 times. Sorry if I had this.
11 snaps?
11 snaps.
Nothing.
11 snaps. The two of them were together, and the talk out of Detroit is that will be a feature of their offense. So, the fantasy community can do what it will with that. But Montgomery and Gibbs, Sonic and Knuckles, on the field at the same time.
Am I wrong for treating that the same way that when you hear running backs are practicing at receiver? Like, we're gonna move this guy around. Like,
and you get a wide receiver in the backfield.
Is that a thing teams say they're going to do and then very rarely actually do it?
Good question. Collinsworth was convinced and that it would work well for them.
I mean, they're as good as it gets for that. If anyone was going to do it, those two backs are awesome.
Yeah, maybe what it is that's a scenario where Montgomery's in the backfield and Gibbs is in the backfield too, and Gibbs motions out or goes into because that's a heavy run look.
Right.
Maybe you do that and you get more linebackers on the field and then, try to exploit that matchup with Gibbs. We'll see. The Lions have a big test. They lost both coordinators and are trying to just get back on top of the NFC Mountain. They had tons of injuries last year. If the Bills had a season like the Lions, we would think it was a curse. They had so many injuries on defense, all on one side of the ball. We sit here and talk about how Bills' seasons end because they lose linebackers and AJ Klein has to go in or Benford goes out. The Lions last year lost the defense. Almost every defensive starter missed time for Detroit last season, and a lot of them missed for a good chunk of the season.
Yeah, last year I'm looking at teams that played 22 personnel, which is 2 running backs on the field at the same time. There were like 5 teams. There were 4 teams that did it more than 50 snaps, and that was it. And the only team that really did it regularly was Baltimore with 133. So that's Henry and Justice Hill on the field at the same time. So almost nobody in the league is actually doing that consistently. Like there's like 8 teams that didn't do it one time. There's like 11 teams that did it once. So if they do it, they'll be one of the few teams that actually tries it.
Now football's back. We're talking 22 personnel.
22 personnel. The Bills, by the way, are one of the teams that did not run it. Oh, wait, there they are. 18 snaps last year. Should they do that? Should they do more of that? Do I need Cook and Ty Johnson, Cook and Ray Davis on the field at the same time?
Yeah, sure, whatever. The Bills are so consistently good that we don't even have to talk about the preseason pledge anymore. We have to do it.
No.
We used to have to do it because, hey, so-and-so is convinced. I think this Jeff Toole, I think EJ is going to have a great... And we'd have to say, good or bad, the preseason pledge doesn't even matter. And they have been so good and so consistent that I feel like it's actually real now. That no one takes it that seriously. I'm trying to think of a player here. If TJ Sanders had like 7 sacks in the preseason, we'd say like, oh, that's cool. How many games are the Bills going to win? They're still going to win like 14. And if the defense got worked in the preseason, every year, this time of year is me doing trivia asking what happened in last year's preseason, and no one can remember. Although last year I remember they played the Steelers.
They played the Steelers. You remember the score?
They got beat pretty bad.
No, they didn't.
Oh, they blew them out?
That was the year before.
Oh, okay.
Last year was
Last year was the rain game.
Yeah, the final score was 9-3.
9-3. Trubisky picked up a knee injury. They were trying to feed Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
Last year's preseason honestly was about Joe Andreessen. That was the story.
That's right.
That was all of it for the Bills. 2 years ago might have been when they lost in Pittsburgh and got blown out, and McDermott sounded like it wasn't up to their standard.
Right.
He was upset. Whatever. And how many games they win? Like 15 or 13, whatever, like they normally do.
Yeah. Yeah, last year's preseason, I don't like in that Steeler game, Cook did play. He had 6 carries in that game. There's a Panther game in there, and then there's also a Chicago game in there. And those were both losses.
The only other preseason game of recent memory I remember is the A.J. McCarron comeback.
And that is not recent.
No.
That is Allen's rookie year.
Yeah.
So that is 7 years ago.
Yeah. McCarron's comeback to beat the Bears on the road and how important it was. And it was kind of cool for him. Like his comments on it were all about how the guys in here, they don't get to fight for stuff like this, and to lead this team to victory is really special. And then the Bills traded him like a week later.
Yeah, they were down going into the fourth quarter of that football game.
28-7?
27-3.
Okay, 27-3.
They're down 27-3 going into the fourth quarter. They scored 25 points in the fourth quarter and won the football game.
The Bears have been reeling ever since.
Wow.
Yep. 803-0550 to join us. 1-888-550-2550 on the game last night. If you saw the return of the blue and red, the Bills are going to be at Highmark tonight for a scrimmage/simulated game situation, sometimes drills. I don't even know if we go so far as to calling it a scrimmage Because sometimes
I know.
Scrimmages, they'll scrimmage the Bears when they do a joint practice a little bit, right? But it's not even all the way to a scrimmage, even though sometimes we do call it that. It's just a practice in Buffalo. So, you'll see some individual stuff. You'll see some team stuff. Maybe we'll see Josh Allen's cool helmet, whatever he's going to wear for that. Mm-hmm. And we'll see who's healthy. Hopefully Cole Bishop is back soon. But it should be nice. And the weather is, borderline fall-like.
Yep.
Slept with the windows open last night.
Nice, me too.
It was elite sleeping weather, which was necessary. So,
yeah. Thinking about this event tonight, I was thinking actually more about next year for this and how many people will experience assuming they have it next year at the new stadium again. Maybe I shouldn't assume that?
I don't know.
Because it would be many's first, it would be their first time in the new stadium. Yep. And if they do have it, and it's... What was it? Was it this year free to the public again? It was free to the public, right? But there was like ticket inventory was limited.
Yeah, I think is it only lower bowl?
Maybe. No, I don't know. I've sat in the upper deck for this thing a couple years ago. They could sell out the new stadium next year if they had this event.
Yeah, for sure.
If they wanted to. Like, they could fill up every seat. Because it would just be more than just the practice. It would be, let me go down to see the new stadium for the first time. If you didn't go to, like, if they have some kickoff concert or whatever before. So I guess I do wonder if they'll have this next year. Maybe they think that's too much to take on for just a practice. Are we really going to have 65,000 people come to this game?
Well,
come to this practice.
The latest I saw was we haven't talked to Pete Gwelly from camp yet. We hope to next week if we can line things up. Was saying that everything's on track and the stadium's on track to be ready for July, like open for stuff for the Bills in July. It won't be fully complete until into December because there are elements of it that you don't actually need to be complete.
Yep,
I believe that's the story of it. So, yeah, would the blue and red be their soft launch event? Or would a preseason game be that? Or I'm feeling like there's going to be like a concert or something before any of that. But maybe the blue and red would be the first Bills event. Yeah. One thing that snuck by yesterday we did not mention is that the Bills' pursuit of the draft has been pushed a couple years. They were looking for it soon, and they have now targeted another date. And I wonder if that is because someone else got picked and they know that, or if they decided, you know what, it's a little aggressive for us to try to do this so soon. They're now targeting 2029 or 2030. So the Bills still want to host the draft, but they have pushed their date on that. Initially, it was 2028 or 2029. So like I said, like did the league come in and say, like, actually, we've got somebody for 2028 we've chosen, so let's have you guys submit and push in the future. Who else did I see was trying to get it? Was it Nashville already had it? Was it Baltimore? Did Cleveland have it?
Cleveland, I don't even know if they already had it. Were they talking about it for their new stadium? Maybe
that's probably right too.
At some point,
but that won't be before they play games there. I mean, games are going to be soon. This time next year, right? Are we talking about? Hey, tonight's the preseason game against so and so, and go sit in your seats, go check it out. It does strike me that it will all come pretty fast because this year will be about commemorating the current stadium and all the memories. Season will end, and we'll say, like, well, next time they play, it's in that place. And that'll be pretty wild. So anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550, the Battle of the Blue and Red, the scrimmage that's kind of like a, college atmosphere. It's like, hey, come look at, it's like spring practice.
The spring game?
It's the spring game.
It's the spring game.
But it's probably,
but it's not a game.
No, it's not a game, and it's probably a little, I don't say less competitive than the spring game, but like it's not really a game format. So that's
right.
That's a very clear distinction. If you go to this tonight expecting a game, you don't really often get that. You get game scenarios, much like practices.
Yeah.
I've got 2 of my 3 things to complain about from yesterday.
Okay.
I just got to remember what the third thing was. What bothered me last night?
Was it Collinsworth?
I've got a Collinsworth note. Yep. I've got a Collinsworth note.
I like bonus points for him admitting the game meant nothing.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give him that.
This game is meaningless. Direct quote, Chris Collinsworth. Also saw the part there with Brent Musburger.
Oh, yeah. I didn't hear that. How'd that go?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah. They joked about how often he would reference the gambling lines.
Uh-huh.
And
now he's...
now
it's legal.
Yeah. Now, it's like,
now everybody's doing it.
Everybody does it.
It's on the screen.
Yeah. It's on the screen. So anyway, we'll get to plenty here. We'll check in with Sal. We'll check in with I've got to call out to Paul Hamilton because Devin Levi signed a 2-year extension with the Sabres.
Mm-hmm.
He might have been an offer sheet candidate, but signed a 2-year deal with the Sabres, so he's back. We'll talk a timeline there. And, of course, get ready for the blue and red. Injuries for the Bills, some better, some not so much.
Yep.
Just trying to get
Cole
Bishop. Cole Bishop. It's maybe a big one.
And there's a star receiver on the market.
There is a star receiver on the market, Terry McLaurin.
Scary Terry.
Yeah.
Teams are calling.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Commanders would be fools to trade him. But, hey, sometimes teams make that foolish.
Teams are fools, yeah.
That's right. Sometimes teams act like the Titans.
Yep. Right.
Let's just tear apart our entire franchise by making a horrendous wide receiver trade.
Right.
Maybe the Commanders do that. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring if you want, 803-0550. Happy Friday. It is beautiful. The weather has kind of broken a bit. Humidity not as high. 55 degrees. Felt like fall last night. Feels like fall this morning. It's wonderful. Temperatures rise a little bit later in the week. In the weekend, we're going to get back in the 80s, 86 most of next week. Pretty consistently hot. Not going to rain for a while either.
Mm-hmm.
Days of no rain. So really nice stretch of weather here. You can give us a ring. I'm going to think of that third thing to complain about. I got 2 out of the 3. I got to think of the third thing. Because the segment, Joe, is going to be called 3 Things to Complain About That Aren't the Rules Official.
Uh-huh.
And I've only got 2 of them so far. It's like maybe I'll go back and rewatch the game right now during the break.
That seems like a terrible
I'll
idea.
access my NFL Game Pass and just rewatch the game.
That seems bad.
Doesn't that sound like fun?
Rewatching the Hall of Fame game. Only the true football sickos.
Let me check out the all 22 of this. Let's dig right into it. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. But it was preseason. It was the Chargers. It was Harbaugh firing up Trey Lance, who went 13 of 20 for 120 and 2 touchdowns.
Yep. Only took 1 sack on the night, too.
Yeah.
Wasn't scrambling all the time. He was trying to throw the ball, and he had some pretty passes, I think. He always had arm talent. Like, he had the big arm. It was really inconsistent, but it's too late for him, right? No matter what, it's too late for him.
Lance?
Yeah. And what's funny about it's too late for him is you've never seen a pick that high ever get this little of a chance. He was the 3rd overall pick. Do you know how many games he ended up starting?
Is it like 5?
5.
Okay.
He ended up starting 5 games. So if someone did, say, try that out for a spin, you'd be giving a 3rd overall pick that's only played 5 games a shot. But I don't think he's ever getting a shot.
It just feels like
it's been too long. It's been too the timeline's been too long.
And it's also, who owned the car before you? Who had Lance on their team before you?
Right.
If you are, he was drafted by Matt Eberflus. You might think,
sure,
there's something in there.
You know who gets second chances all the time? Jets quarterbacks.
Yes, I was just going to say Adam Gase.
Quarterbacks.
If he had been with Adam Gase, maybe there's something in there. Instead, it's Kyle Shanahan. And I'm not saying it has never happened, but I think that the NFL at large, the coaches, Shanahan didn't like that? Okay, it's not going to work for me. Like, Shanahan can shine up any quarterback into something, all the way down to Nick Mullins and, of course, Garoppolo and Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy.
Yep.
So, Kyle wouldn't start him? It's over. Sorry. Sorry, kid. You got a chance with the guy that's the quarterback wizard, and he said you can't do it. So, I'm not be the one to take a chance. That said, he played pretty well for Harbaugh and Greg Roman last night. And
he did, in a preseason game against backups, but he did.
Right, that's right. In a preseason game against backups, this is where someone calls and says, guys, E.J. Manuel had a really nice game against the Colts. I'm like, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right, he did. One unassailable truth. The return of football means the return of complaining about football.
All right, go ahead.
That's everybody. That's everybody. Football's back, baby. And what is it? A nonstop roast of, look at this ridiculous sport.
It's kind of like the return of summer, right? Like, the weather was terrible all spring. It's like, man, I can't wait for summer. And summer shows up like, too hot.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Too hot.
What would we do if we didn't complain? And last night, Chargers and Lions. The Hall of Fame game. Hopefully you watched it. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Maybe you watched something else.
So I got to it 3 minutes late. There was a review on the first play.
I did not see that either. The
kickoff,
I was busy. I was out with Joe Marino and Patrick Moran for Patrick's Talking Buffalo podcast, so I missed the challenge and the review on the opening kickoff.
There was a fumble on the kickoff.
Great.
And they had to review it.
Great. I'll have to go back.
I mean, they need it's
preseason for everybody.
Got it.
I beat you to it.
Preseason for everybody.
I'll have to go back and watch because, of course, the most important thing is that they got it right. And it'll help me sleep tonight if I see that they got that call right.
Bills were back at practice yesterday at St. John Fisher. They will be at Highmark Stadium for the Blue and Red tonight. Return of the Blue and Red at 5:30. And tickets were distributed free to the public. Parking lots will be open about an hour before. So you can check it out tonight. And injury-wise, we'll be watching whether Cole Bishop will be out there on the field. He was not there yesterday. Alec Anderson had a knee scope. He is considered week to week. We did see Spencer Brown start to do some work off to the side for first time for him on that front, but still not practicing for the Bills. Hall of Fame game, Chargers win 34-7. Trey Lance threw for 120 yards and 2 touchdowns, no picks. Former Bills quarterback Kyle Allen threw 2 interceptions for Detroit. Terry McLaurin requests a trade out of Washington. The Commanders are getting calls, but Adam Schefter says they have no intention of trading him. Latavius Murray officially retires from the NFL, former Bills running back, and the MLB trade deadline comes and goes. The Blue Jays and the Yankees both adding some pitching. Yankees won last night, so they're now 3.5 games back of the Jays in the AL East. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Oh, you know football's almost back when
Will Dissly.
Yes, your fantasy football. You know, maybe is Dissly going to give me anything this year? maybe somebody wants Dissly off. So I'm going to trade Will Dissly. I was looking up Latavius Murray's career stats. More rushing yards as a Bill, Latavius Murray or Trent Edwards?
Is Trent the one that ran out of bounds on a fourth down? I'll go with.
I think he threw it short.
I'll say Trent. Trent had more.
Murray by 4 yards. Yeah. Ty Johnson has more than Murray. Latavius Murray played here for 1 year. He did
How many yards was it?
300 yards rushing.
300 yards rushing.
And, that's Latavius Murray. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Friday. Cool out there today, nice and cool. Temperatures expected to stay a little cooler. Humidity not a big issue, 74 degrees today, and mostly sunny. It'll be nice out there. They've got High Lie on ESPN, the Ocho right now. So
it's the Ocho day, yeah.
We're off to a great start.
They have, I saw they were, they're promoting the stuff. Tonight at 6, Slippery Stairs, whatever that means. I saw Extreme Archery was going to be on at 8. I don't know what that means, but it's going to be archery and it's going to be extreme, I guess. Highlight, I'm like watching. I don't know how any of this works. They're wearing hockey helmets.
Yeah. Slippery Stairs.
Is this something I could play anywhere? It kind of looks like racquetball, but
you're asking if you wanted to get into Highlight, where's the nearest Highlight court?
Oh, that is a wall. I was going to say it's only 3 walls. There is another wall. It's just glass, I guess, so the fans can see. So it looks like a bigger version of racquetball.
Has anyone in the chat ever played Highlight? There's a question for you.
I bet how many people are in the chat probably right now?
Streaming with us right now, we got a little over 120.
I bet one person's played Highlight.
One person's played Highlight?
Yeah. I bet one person's played Highlight.
You did earlier this week guess that 40% of golfers have a hole-in-one.
40% that are like your handicap or around that territory or better.
Yeah.
It's still not that high. It's probably like 20% or 10%.
803-0550, our phone number. Injuries for the Bills. Cole Bishop, Alec Anderson. We'll see. The big thing, aren't we only worried about the Hairston thing that it becomes this is why he was never right at any point this year? That's what the Bills did with Bishop. And it's not to say it's not a legitimate excuse. You just kind of have to be alert. That it would be unfortunate if it didn't get off the ground. His rookie season is derailed a little bit. I am comforted by, on the Hairston news, first off, that it's not as serious as we thought earlier in the week. But it is probably really good news that if you're paying close attention, maybe you tune us in today or you're on the stream today and it's the first day you've ever heard somebody break down this Bills camp. The silver lining on what happened with Hairston is that the Trey White looks good.
Yep.
Chatter had already been well underway. It's not like this week happens. Oh, I think Trey looks. It was Trey White looks good, and multiple reporters thinking Hairston's not going to start the year. Trey White looks really sharp out there. Looks really good. Sal earlier in the week, maybe on Tuesday, maybe Monday, referred to Trey White as the best player on the field. So, that's, to me, a really good sign. It's unfortunate that Hairston's timeline can be thrown off, but he doesn't have to rush back. And if it's a 3-week injury, which is what Ian Rappaport said, if it's a 5-week injury, he'll be ready by, the start-ish of the season, and they will not feel pressure because they have this gaping hole out there because Tre'Davious White has looked the part. So that's gone a long way to kind of making me feel like, all right, fine, it'll be fine.
Is he not, though, the starter? If he's in there, and I don't see any reason why Tre'Davious White would not be in there right now, is he not one of the 5 starters, if not maybe 3, that will be wondering about how good they are right away? Because for him, I don't know how good that's going to look. Sure, he looks good in training camp, but what am I going to do if I'm the Ravens? I had that guy last year. I'm gonna test him. I think right away.
If I'm the Ravens, I had him in a different system. I feel like
right.
what my expectations of Tre'Davious White might be. He's, instead of playing the number 1 corner where the Bills have a guy over on the second spot, he's now the guy because the Bills have Benford. If it's Benford and Tre'Davious White as your 1-2, I almost want to treat that like pretend it's not Tre'Davious White. Pretend it's E.J. Gaines again. Pretend it's, I always go to E.J. Gaines. Pretend it's Levi Wallace again. The guy's not perfect, but he'll definitely...
But all of those guys have been guys that eventually you've been wanting to upgrade from, which
the Bills have wanted to upgrade from. But the results of what the Bills have done with a kind of just a guy as your second corner over 8 years, they've been consistently excellent with that.
That's right. Like, would you expect him to look if he plays half the season at least? Would you expect it to look better than Rasul Douglas last year?
Yeah, I would.
With Tre'Davious White,
I would.
See, I don't know why I should expect that.
Because Rasul Douglas last year in a defense that got beat and took the ball away, he got beat and he didn't take the ball away, and that used to be his only thing. Right. So Douglas was a guy that was not considered to be super athletic. He was smart, heady, right? Mm-hmm. And that part of it didn't even really show up. He didn't give you the thing he was supposed to give you. So, yeah, I think better than Trey White. I'm adding in that I'm going to have Cole Bishop instead of DeMar Hamlin. Like, hopefully that works out as well.
That's the one I would be more optimistic about. But I'm not saying Trey White can't be better than Douglas last year, but I think it's also very reasonable to expect, like, oh, remember what Josh Norman looked like in the Bills system? Yeah, that's what it's going to look like.
Right, which I think is just fine.
Then that was a guy they benched.
I think Josh Norman looked just fine, except for when Tre'Davious White missed the game and Norman had to be the number one receiver and cover A.J. Brown. Like, in that spot, that's not gonna cover it. But
that was a guy they benched, though.
How many games in?
He started. I mean, he only started three games that year, and then it was it. He's on IR to start the year. Then he starts 3 games. Then he's inactive a couple, and he comes back, and he's not the starter anymore. So maybe he was injured in the middle there, and then he came back.
It's another example of injured to start the year, and you're injured the whole year.
That's right. But that's an aged corner that was definitely done when he showed up. And I'm just saying that is not out of the realm of possibility for me with Tre'Davious White when he shows up on the field in the games that are meaningful.
It is an interesting question you asked there about you being more optimistic that Bishop will be an upgrade.
Yes.
Than
White.
You're more confident Bishop will be an upgrade over Hamlin than Tre'Davious White will be over Douglas.
Yes.
And I think that might only come down to one guy's young. And there's ceiling there. Is it not? I mean, Bishop.
No, sure. That's right.
Right. I wouldn't dispute that, like, younger players, it's easier to picture a higher ceiling, but is it not also a little bit, I don't know, cliche to just think, oh, we're younger, so we're better?
It's that, but it's also he was drafted in the second round, so there's a talent level there. It's the profile of what Bishop presents being a little bigger and more athletic. And it is also that I'm just skeptical that this is nothing against Tre'Davious White. This would be any person you told me this about. If you've had a torn ACL and a torn Achilles and you are 30 years old playing corner, I'm not going to bet on that guy being an upgrade over a replacement level corner, which is to me what Douglas was last year. He was a replacement level corner. And that's about what I would expect Trey White's most likely outcome to be this year. And I think there's a chance that it's worse than that. There is bad injuries there for a tough position to maintain. You gotta corner maybe more than any position is the one where you gotta have that peak athleticism. Like you better be insanely smart. If not,
which is what Douglas did not have.
That's right, and he didn't have the speed at the end, and that started to show up. But Trey White to me is just playing a position where. Like, it's tough. You don't know where the guy's running. You're covering the fastest guys in the league, and you don't get to know where they're going before the snap. So, like, why does Hairston get drafted where he does in part? He's super fast, and you saw it at camp a couple of times where he makes a mistake, but he's got that recovery speed that I'm not going to expect Trey White to have even a little bit of.
Can I give you something unintentionally hilarious?
Mm-hmm.
So, as we're talking about this, like, could Trey White be an upgrade over Rasul Douglas? I think this is a win for me, and I also think it's a win for you.
Okay.
I checked out their PFF grades. Like, what did they grade last year for PFF? Rather than, what are we going to do? Ask a million coaches how good these guys were?
Sure.
Douglas ranked as the 102nd defensive back cornerbacks. He ranked number 102.
Okay.
Out of 116.
Okay.
Trey White was 104.
So, like the same.
Yeah, same guy. But actually, I think that could be a point in your column. I feel like the point for me is that's Trey White somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I think he'll be better. Douglas was 102. If the bet is Will Trey White grade out better than the 102nd best corner in football this year?
But wait, you're assuming that because of the Bills system?
Yes.
Douglas was in the Bills system.
He was in the Bills system.
So
that's right.
But that's what that's the point I'm making. It's possible in this system to be one of the worst corners in football.
That's right.
Douglas just did it.
Right, I know. And Trey White in this system is going to be better than Douglas. Granted, he might not even have to do it for the whole year. But Trey White graded that in the Rams and the Ravens. And the Ravens play a lot more man coverage than the Bills do, right?
Mm-hmm. They do.
So the Bills likely ask him to do different things. And can his coverage grade be better? It is hilarious. The two of them are just like right next to each other.
Right. And I wonder how that all went down. Like, what did they sign Trey White because they thought he was better? Did they sign Trey White because Douglas wanted money? Trey White didn't.
They signed Trey White because, well, sure, they wanted a backup that was going to be cheap. And right. I think how different is this than Bosa for Vaughn? It's not that big a difference. It's kind of lateral, and they're thinking younger is a better idea. I mean, Vaughn could have come back.
Vaughn could have come back, but that's the opposite. Vaughn would have been cheaper than Bosa. And again, was Douglas thinking he was going to get like a reasonable contract from somebody?
He must be, because he has turned down Miami, who is like pursuing him.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Where Trey White signed for almost nothing.
Yeah.
To come here?
The biggest difference between White and Douglas, and again, it's just PFF grade, like it's Douglas in rush defense.
Which at that point, like that's
right.
That's like far down the list on what's important for corner at least.
Yeah, I might be falling in the trap where the Bills will be fine. Pretty much anything can happen outside of Josh Allen, and it'll be fine.
That's right, and I do think that, and I do think that the other pieces on defense coming together will, like, Trey White could even be as good as Douglas or even maybe a little bit worse, and you just won't really care because the defense as a whole is going to be performing well, and they'll be insulating him. Because that is the point about, the Josh Normans of the world and E.J. Gaines and Kevin Johnson and all these corners that have played for them, Levi Wallace, and they've gotten away with it because everything around them has been so strong and so buttoned up that that's where you're going to get the most out of those guys. And this year, maybe Trey White is still cooked, and you won't really care or even notice that much because, the defense is back to being like a top 10 defense in the league. And they're insulating him, and they're not exposing him. But that won't mean to me that he is an upgrade over Douglas. It'll just be he's getting a lot more help than Douglas was getting last year.
803-0550, our phone number. If you want to chime in on that, how you're feeling about Trey White, if he is pressed in duty for half a season, and he's probably going to play. And he had been winning the job. Again, another for me, calming effect on the injury to Hairston. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR.
Another day of training camp. And yesterday we got good news. Of course, the big news out of the way early. Maxwell Hairston, not a long-term injury, not a season ender, not a month. So it looks like it'll be weeks. Could be ready to go about the start of the regular season, which, now we get into the conversation about can he get mental reps, right? Will he be in these meetings and have an opportunity to kind of get up to speed even though he can't be on the field? This is something that for rookies we've seen be a problem with Cole Bishop. Kind of led to a conversation that his whole season wasn't where it needed to be because he was hurt for so much of it.
Yep.
I hope we don't get into that kind of conversation about Hairston. Just, hey, yeah, he's banged up and he's got an LCL sprain, but the timeline is just like, a little blip, little speed bump, no big deal, hopefully.
Certainly good news. Feels like expecting him to play week one, not even because he's not healthy, but because of everything you just said. Doesn't it kind of feel like a long shot right now that not again that he would be, maybe he would even be active for the game and would be practicing weeks before the game begins. But what are the odds now that they line up against Baltimore week one Sunday Night Football and he's even rotating in on the defense? Like, he's there maybe as a strict backup, and that is it for the start of the year. And maybe that honestly could be the first month of the season. I mean, Cole Bishop last year doesn't get in until there's an injury. So, resetting expectations with Hairston a little bit, I think you kind of have to because I just don't think it's really fair to expect or likely to expect that, especially that Baltimore game, that he's going to make any sort of impact.
Yeah. If you go 6 weeks from today, we are into the season.
Okay.
So what's the timeline? He could be ready for the opener. That's about 5.5 weeks away.
Ian Rappaport had 3 weeks, right, on his tweet yesterday, 3 to 4 weeks.
So the timeline is he'll be healthy. The LCL sprain could be good by the time we get to the end of the preseason.
The silver lining on what happened with Hairston is that the Trey White looks good.
Yep.
Chatter had already been well underway. It's not like this week happens. Oh, I think Trey looks. It was Trey White looks good, and multiple reporters thinking Hairston's not going to start the year. Trey White looks really sharp out there. Looks really good. Mm-hmm. Sal earlier in the week, maybe on Tuesday, maybe Monday, referred to Trey White as the best player on the field. So, that's, to me, a really good sign. It's unfortunate that Hairston's timeline can be thrown off, but he doesn't have to rush back. And if it's a 3-week injury, which is what Ian Rappaport said, if it's a 5-week injury, he'll be ready by, the start-ish of the season, and they will not feel pressure because they have this gaping hole out there because Tre'Davious White has looked the part. So that's gone a long way to kind of making me feel like, all right, fine, it'll be fine. Happy August 1st.
Wow.
August 1st.
I didn't even realize that.
I woke up thinking last month before my kids start to go to school. They've been in, daycare schools, but school.
Yeah. August means the start of the Premier League.
Yes, it does.
Couple weeks.
I've been reading up on some of the new signings, checking out the new uniforms.
I do like that part of, because when the Bills make an ad or the Sabres, usually I know at least a little bit about the person. I do like the part of being a Liverpool fan where they add some awesome player from Germany that I've never heard of, and ooh, let me see if this guy's good.
Yeah.
That's got to be, Bills fans are like that. There's Bills fans like that, right?
Yeah, probably.
They get Joey Bosa. Who's Joey Bosa? Oh, that's the other Bosa. And then they start whereas I already have an opinion of Joey Bosa when he signs. I like not knowing anything about the guy.
Yeah. Arsenal signs a player, and I think I need to watch a 13-minute video on how this player will fit their system.
Yes.
That's what I want to do.
Right.
I was talking about this last night. It was with Joe Marino and Patrick Moran for Patrick Moran's podcast last night. We're on Sunny Reds, and somebody asked me about that. Are you ever able to be a fan? And I said, actually, it's one of the reasons I like soccer is because I can be a fan with a terrible take.
Yes.
I could just be
I like
wrong,
that too.
and no one yells at me for being wrong.
Right.
And I can just say, like, I don't like that guy.
Right.
And, I don't have to defend it.
Yeah. Oh, there's Darwin Nunez is this player for Liverpool. I have other friends that are Liverpool. Like he's my Stephon Gilmore.
You just can't stand it.
I will not adhere to him being good.
Yeah, and they're like, well,
you cannot tell me he's good. I don't care what you show me.
Advanced metrics say this. You're like, shut up, I don't care.
I don't care. I watched that player. There is no way he is good at soccer.
All right. When we return, I haven't thought of the third thing. So football season means complaining season. I've got two beefs with the NFL from last night. It is not a rules official. I'll probably complain about that too. But it happened. I told you it was going to happen. I'd been saying it for months, and people still fell into the trap last night, and the NFL is still not really treating it like they should. Tell you about that next. The silver lining on what happened with Hairston is that the Trey White looks good.
Yep.
Chatter had already been well underway. It's not like this week happens. Oh, I think Trey looks. It was Trey White looks good, and multiple reporters thinking Hairston's not going to start the year. Trey White looks really sharp out there. Looks really good. Mm-hmm. Sal earlier in the week, maybe on Tuesday, maybe Monday, referred to Trey White as the best player on the field. So, that's, to me, a really good sign. It's unfortunate that Hairston's timeline can be thrown off, but he doesn't have to rush back. And if it's a 3-week injury, which is what Ian Rappaport said, if it's a 5-week injury, he'll be ready by, the start-ish of the season, and they will not feel pressure because they have this gaping hole out there because Tre'Davious White has looked the part. So that's gone a long way to kind of making me feel like, all right, fine, it'll be fine. But it was preseason. It was the Chargers. It was Harbaugh firing up Trey Lance, who went 13 of 20 for 120 and 2 touchdowns.
Yep. Only took 1 sack on the night, too.
Yeah.
Wasn't scrambling all the time. He was trying to throw the ball, and he had some pretty passes, I think. He always had arm talent. Like, he had the big arm. It was really inconsistent, but it's too late for him, right? No matter what. It's too late for him.
Lance?
Yeah. And what's funny about it's too late for him is you've never seen a pick that high ever get this little of a chance. He was the 3rd overall pick. Do you know how many games he ended up starting?
Is it like 5?
5.
Okay.
He ended up starting 5 games. So if someone did, say, oh, try that out for a spin, you'd be giving a 3rd overall pick that's only played 5 games a shot, but I don't think he's ever getting a shot.
It just feels like
it's been too long. It's been too the timeline's been too long.
And it's also, who owned the car before you? Who had Lance on their team before you?
Right.
If you are, he was drafted by Matt Eberflus. You might think,
sure,
there's something in there.
You know who gets second chances all the time? Jets quarterbacks.
Yes, I was just going to say Adam Gase.
Quarterbacks.
If he had been with Adam Gase, maybe there's something in there. Instead, it's Kyle Shanahan. And I'm not saying it has never happened, but I think that the NFL at large, the coaches, Shanahan didn't like that? Okay, it's not going to work for me. Like, Shanahan can shine up any quarterback into something, all the way down to Nick Mullins and, of course, Garoppolo and Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy.
Yep.
So, Kyle wouldn't start him? Nah, it's over. Sorry. Sorry, kid. You got a chance with the guy that's the quarterback wizard, and he said you can't do it. So I'm not going to be the one to take a chance. That said, he played pretty well for Harbaugh and Greg Roman last night. And
he did, in a preseason game against backups, but he did.
Right, that's right. In a preseason game against backups. This is where someone calls and says, guys, E.J. Manuel had a really nice game against the Colts. I'm like, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right, he did.
Return of the blue and red tonight at Highmark Stadium, 5:30 for tonight's practice. We'll see what helmet Josh Allen's wearing, whether Cole Bishop is out there on the field as well. And other injuries, Spencer Brown doing some work off to the side. Alec Anderson had a knee scope and is week to week. And Cedric Van Pran Granger's also been dealing with injury at center. So some injuries on the offensive line for the Bills. Hall of Fame game last night. Chargers win 34-7. Trey Lance looked pretty good at backup quarterback for the Chargers. He threw for 120 yards and 2 touchdowns without any picks. Terry McLaurin requests a trade out of Washington. The Commanders are getting calls, according to Adam Schefter, but have no intention of trading him. He's been looking for a new contract all offseason. Latavius Murray officially announcing his retirement from the NFL. And in baseball, at the trade deadline, Blue Jays and Yankees both adding pitching. The Yankees won last night. That is a 3.5-game lead right now for Toronto in the AL East. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Look how fast. Sort of like the tennis, except there's one very big difference than the tennis. Nobody spots a ball in tennis. Hey, good morning. I'm about to get more upset than I should on a Friday that's beautiful at 7 a.m. But this is an I told you so. And they're still doing it. The entire offseason was filled, by the way, good morning, Jeremy and Joe, filled with NFL-adjacent people, league, reporters, on and on, saying, finally, the major change we've been waiting for, selling the virtual measurement as the elimination of the chain gang. And it's one of those examples where you would see this story posted on Facebook and every comment would say how, thank goodness, because they just led people to believe now there's a chip in the ball that's going to tell you if it's a first down, if the runner got the line to gain, when that is not what's happening.
Right.
Collinsworth, it's kind of like tennis. Do you know what Albert Breer tweeted last night? Like Albert Breer, just fine. He said it's kind of like tennis. It's not like tennis.
The graphic looks like tennis, and that's about it.
The graphic looks a lot like tennis.
And that's about it.
In tennis, the computer super shoots all the angles, and the computer says that was in.
Yeah.
It is not like tennis. It's like a person sets the ball on the ground, and then we say, whoop, hold on. We got a virtual measurement. You hear how fast that happened? That was so fast. That was so fast. It was so quick. This new technology they have. Congratulations. Breer's tweet was something to the effect of, it shows you how far behind the NFL was. They're not caught up. What are you talking about? Yeah. They're not caught up to tennis. They do not have chips in the ball and the exoskeleton of the ball and synced up with the knee and all that, and that might be very difficult to do, and I think it's generally what we've got is probably fine. I cannot understand why we had a full offseason of people in the NFL pretending it's something it isn't, and even last night doing it while it's happening.
Right.
Kind of like tennis. Do they actually want viewers to think that that's what happened? Because I think that's what they want.
I think they might want the belief that this is fixing the problem when the problem is the spotting of the ball in the first place.
Right. The problem has always been where it's spotted. I think they want...
They want people to think that this is what it isn't.
That it is exact.
I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. If they know that a lot of people are wrong about what this is, and they are good. They're not only good with that, they might even be encouraging that.
Sure. I mean, we live in a society where, posting stories that are fake on Facebook is profitable. So why wouldn't the NFL just think, you know what? If they don't know that this isn't what that is, then who cares?
Right.
If I can convince 30% of the fans to shut up about spots because now they think it's like tennis when it's not at all like tennis, wow.
If I could give you one silver lining, because that drives me mad, that people, because the spotting of the ball by the official, like when the Bills don't get the first down against the Chiefs, you believe Josh Allen got over the line. Your problem isn't this part of it. Your problem is that one official had it short of the line to gain, the other official had it long of the line to gain. And nobody is still to this day giving me a good explanation for what happens in that situation.
I know.
Or did we have a good one? I just forgot about it.
The explanation is that Josh threw it to the official that was short.
That's what I mean. Like, there's no process
It's
for
not
that.
his fault.
It's whoever official you give the ball to.
That guy spots it.
That's the spot you go with.
Unless somebody overrules it. Like, one official can overrule the other.
Right.
You walk in and whatever.
The one thing this is doing is it is saving time. Right? So that's your one silver lining.
Gotcha. It's more time for rules officials to come on and challenge opening kickoff. The opening kickoff of this game last night got reviewed.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Great. More time. Well, I'm sure. What are we gonna do with that extra time? They're gonna put an ad on that virtual review in 2 days. They ran it last night. Now they're going to sell it. Now the virtual review is brought to you by so-and-so. And that's fine.
Well, until like, we're going to get a moment, or eventually we will. Eventually we will get a moment where it's clear that the officials are wrong in where they spotted the ball. And then they'll do this. And maybe that's when people that right now believe this is fixed it all are going to go, oh, wait a minute. No, this is only telling me from where they spotted it. Oh, okay. That's not the way that this should be. Like, there's going to be a aha moment, I think, for that 30%, or maybe it's 60%. I don't know what it is, of people that believe that this fixed the spotting of the ball, where it'll be clear, oh, they spotted that ball wrong, and it didn't end up going the way that you wanted it to, or needed it to.
I have now gone further in on this, and I want to know if this is at all possible. Because if you've watched enough football, you know, and by the way, 803-0550, you get to a call here in a minute, and if you want to give us a ring on anything you saw last night or anything on the Bills, we'll be happy to chat with you, so hang on one second. When you challenge the spot of a ball, don't we all kind of know, hypothetically, McDermott is challenging the spot. Yeah. We know that's a tough challenge to win. They don't move the ball 4 inches.
Right.
We know they don't do that. But
it's got to be like a full yard at least before they move it.
Isn't there some version of, hey, make the official watch I promise you I'm not advocating for more replay, but make the official watch the replay and spot it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just do it again. Where you think it is.
Yeah.
Now you can slow it down. Instead of saying I need conclusive evidence, one way or the other, I don't know if it's going to move an inch, guys. I don't know if it's going to move 3 inches. Fine. You just watch the replay and put it down. Because guess what we have? Now we actually have Hawkeye technology that will, you don't even have to worry about the measuring of it. I've got, actually, you know what? I don't know if this moves one way or the other, but when I watch the replay slower and see where the ball appears to be, it looks like it's right here. Okay, Hawkeye, is that past the line? Yes. Is it a little more useful if I do it that way?
I think so. I think that's more useful.
You can kind of cross-reference it against the original spot, and now the challenging of spots might be more useful. Right. For instance, like in the scenario with the Bills and that fourth down play, again, like, it's not what it's intended for. It's actually not what's happening, and I don't know if it would change that play.
But, I don't think it would.
No, but I'm saying if the officials say like, well, let's watch it again.
Yeah.
As I watch it, I mean, could Hawkeye be?
That's the point, though.
Could Hawkeye be implemented just that way, where all right, the official can watch the points of the ball and freeze it when the knee touches, and say Hawkeye says that's at this yard line, and place the ball at that yard line.
That's the point. On that idea, there's a chance.
Can we marry the tech with the human looking at the knee?
Because if you do that, there is a chance that ball is then a first down. Whereas what they are doing now, there's no chance.
No,
because what they're changing is the time it takes. They don't have to have two guys grab the chains, run out onto the field, set them up. extend it. Ref looks at it. Maybe he uses an index card. They've done that before, right?
Gene Steratore did that, and I cannot
Gene
believe
Steratore
he was not fired and never spoken to again.
Right.
Like it's kind of,
it was so close.
It's
he
kind
threw
of celebrated. He is celebrated for literally inventing a way to measure a first down on the spot.
Right. So they do that, and then they hold up the two fingers. Then the chain gang marches back off the field. So all of that has been replaced with they hit a button and now it tells them in 10 seconds. That's the only thing that's changed. So go back to that Bills-Chiefs play. There is 0% chance under this that it's any different.
Oh, yeah.
Your idea, maybe they don't still call it a first down. They might. Like there is a chance that could happen, that they could correct the spot. And that's the part about how it almost feels like someone at the NFL has to know that it's perceived for being something that it isn't, and is either cool with that or kicking their feet up. Like
it has to be intentional to mislead people
because it's good. It's good PR. Like, oh, the NFL's fixed something.
Right. The NFL is,
and they don't want to come out and tell. Actually, guys, we didn't fix something.
No.
They're not going to do that.
No. Again, like kind of back to what I was getting about with challenging a spot. You do not see officials move a ball a foot. It's, did it get over or did it not?
Right.
If the spot is 8 inches short of the first down line, and it looks like, actually, I mean, that might be within 1 to 2 inches, they don't move it. They will not move a spot unless it's like a yard. It's one of the toughest challenges to win, and it can often be one of the most important ones. Anyway, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. That's one of my 3 things to complain. The segment is, or the show is called today, 3 things to complain about that are not about rules officials. That was number 1. I have number 2 locked and loaded, and I
still don't know number 3.
I still have to at some point remember what my 3rd thing was. But
was the 3rd thing about underdog fantasy in New York State?
No, I don't remember.
We couldn't put our parlay in yesterday, which is fine because we lost it anyway. Because of your Meeks guy or whatever. Just one catch for 5 yards.
No strays here for Jackson Meeks.
Jackson Meeks.
Sorry, the Lions'
Where
offense
was he?
Couldn't get out of its own way. Sean in Long Island. Hey, Sean. On Long Island. Hey, Sean.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good.
All right. So as far as the Trey White versus Max Harrison kind of conundrum here, we've got we brought in Pellegrino from the Patriots as more of a man-to-man hopeful approach, I believe. Obviously, I think that was probably the driving force to bring him in to try to work in some more man-to-man, probably as well as the hire from Jacksonville with Nielsen. I know he's on the D-line, but I think the concept of trying to roll in some more man-to-man was there. With Harrison going down, I feel like that obviously goes to the back burner now, those plans. And Trey White, because of his lack of success in that kind of scheme, they'll probably have to shift back more to zone. That being said, the question I have is nickel cornerback such a niche thing that Taron Johnson is just totally not even a thought to go to the outside and then slide Cam Lewis down as the nickel? If they want to, because he's the same size as Harrison. He obviously doesn't. I don't think he's got the explosiveness that Harrison does, but he probably has, good speed, but better speed than Trey. I just don't know what the options are if it is 5 weeks and then Harrison is derailed for a bit. Do we look at the market as we get to cut down day and see if there's anybody else that could fit the scheme, and maybe we scoop up somebody that's surprisingly good in our system as well? I mean, I just don't know what their plan of attack will be now with, I think, was an obvious point of emphasis in the offseason to try to roll in more creativity on the defense through man-to-man.
Yeah. Thanks, Sean. The idea of Taron Johnson moving outside, I just don't see it. I mean, you'd be weakening 2 spots, right? And
you would.
He's super important in the way that they defend because of how good he is in run support. Like he's willing and able. Right. And Tre'Davious White, I don't know if you're saying move Tre'Davious White to the slot and Johnson to the outside, but I think they could add or could shuffle the deck a little bit at the start of the season once everybody gets cut. But I would say it's a long shot. The guys they brought back are guys that know what's up. That's Dane Jackson and Tre'Davious White. Mm-hmm. I think that by bringing 2 guys that know what they're doing in for cheap deals, cheap, and then drafting a high-ceiling rookie, that's probably, if they wrote on the board of goals of the offseason, that was probably at the top. Mm-hmm. Let's shore up our depth and raise our ceiling at corner 2 to go across from Christian Benford. That's probably number one. And that's exactly what they did. And Hairston's injury, I don't think is long enough term to derail any of that. His development might suffer a little bit, and his knowledge of the defense might suffer a little bit, but I don't see anybody else coming in without another injury. That's what you mentioned. Cam Lewis.
I don't either.
Jamarcus Ingram. These are familiar faces, familiar names for this Bills secondary.
Yeah. I don't think they'll add anybody at this point. The Johnson point, like I was surprised to see he did play 40 snaps on the outside in 2019. He hasn't done it like at all since.
Yeah.
I think if you're going to do that with him, you would have done that way earlier in his career. You've never had the need to. It comes down to how much, I guess, you believe that Trey White having a great camp is meaningful to what he'll look like in the regular season. And I want to take that to heart a little bit, but I don't want to assume that he's going to perform even, again, as well as Douglas did last year. So I guess we'll see. If he starts the year and it's, that was a little bit of a facade of what he was before the season started, now what do I do? Like, I think you just go to Dane Jackson maybe. Or you're just waiting for Hairston to come back and look healthy and understand the defense, or maybe you just even try him at some point before that even happens. Isn't that likely that before Hairston even gets in there as a full-time starter that they would rotate him in? They did that with Kyer Elam and Levi Wallace when Tre'Davious White was hurt the first time around. So they've done it in the past in spots, and that might be the thing that I expect to happen more than anything at corner, is that Hairston is going to get in there and rotate at some point.
803-0550. Thanks, Sean, for the phone call. Zoe in Buffalo. Hey, Zoe, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, I was wanting to talk about, we were talking about the spot of the ball and stuff like that. I believe, and I think they should, have these little chips inside of the football on the tip of the ball. Even with the pylon cam on the side where the first down at, the cam to know if that person got the first down. I also think they could determine from the chip being in the ball if that ball was picked up with the first down, even with the bodies being all over it. I think it is already in place now, and I think they already have it. I think they probably use that to juggle, this team got the first down, who I want to go move forward to the next team in the playoff and stuff like that. But I think they need to let the fans know now, this is what we have in place, to let y'all know if it's really a first down, and giving all the hard work to the referee to determine that. The chips could be real light. It don't have to be nothing heavy to throw the ball off track when it's being thrown.
So
I think there's chips in the ball already.
There is one.
There's one chip in the ball?
There is one, yes. There is a chip in the ball. And, again, the technology that they are debuting this year, every headline, I searched it because what I'm looking for is I'm trying to find a story that we read back in maybe January or February that went deep into detail on why they don't have the system where the chip just tells you if a guy broke the plane.
Right.
Like, why don't they have that? Because the Hawkeye to measure it, which is what they have now, just tells you if where the guy placed the ball is across the line to gain without walking out with chains. That's all that happens.
Mm-hmm.
There is the technology to do the rest of it, but the problem is there are a lot of factors, and GPS and spotting of the ball and RFID and all. There's a 6-inch give or take when you try that, and 6 inches is everything for that. You can't be 6 inches over, and the system says that looks like it's short.
Right.
You just can't have that. So it might be something they get to in the future, but the RFID, I'm reading from the article here in Yahoo Sports, it's been in place, the RFID tracking tech, since 2017. Those chips are also affixed to players' pads. That's how next-gen stats has come about. Like, we've seen ball carrier speed and how far a ball travels in the air and all that. The NFL has toyed with locationing. Could a ball cross the goal line? Could it cross out of bounds? And, where a punt goes out of bounds. There's an expectation that before long, the RFID tracking would help with ball spotting. However, the margin of error is still up to 6 inches, according to the company that they would work with here.
And my opinion on that has always been, I think it's ridiculous to think that the referees now are within 6 inches of accuracy.
Oh, they definitely, again, like...
I think you are improving for sure.
You are not.
On accuracy.
It would be a disaster.
You think right now they're
yes.
within 6 inches?
Yes.
Walking all the way from the sidelines, knowing exactly when the ball reaches its farthest point. They are within 6 inches?
Hold on. That's not the important thing. I mean, that's part of it. If you just... You know what? We're rolling out this technology. The buzzer that goes off to say the ball crosses the plane of the goal line could buzz 6 inches short. Mm-hmm. The first time that happens, you scrap the system.
No, you review it, and like a referee would have called a touchdown, and you just do the same thing.
But there's no reviews in that scenario. You're turning it over to the tech. You're turning it over to the technology to say, the official signals touchdown as a player reaches for the end zone, and we watch, and he is 6 inches short. As soon as you see it with your eye, that is 6 inches short, but the official has signaled touchdown, you're asking, wow, the official really blew that. Like, actually, that's the tech that blew that.
But either way, I don't care who's making the original decision. I've got all the cameras up in New York. They're going to call down immediately and say, actually, that was short. It's the same thing. The only difference is the chip is telling me, in one instance, the chip is telling me it was a touchdown and it isn't. And in the other one, the line judge is telling me a touchdown and it isn't. What's the difference?
So why do you need the system?
Because the system is improving my accuracy. I'm going from, I think, more than 6 inches of misidentifying where the ball was to, if I get 6 inches, I think that is better than the current officials.
You cannot turn it over to a system that
is better than the officials.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is better than the officials.
I think it's crazy to think the refs are that accurate.
I guess I would say this. Why have the system if we're still having reviews?
Because it's getting it's improved.
Isn't the whole idea that you should get rid of reviews?
No,
I want to know at this system, this RFID tracking system, again, that they've tracked and is not accurate enough. They've said it's not accurate enough. Mm-hmm. Dean Blandino in 2021, that type of thing would have to happen for this to progress to a point where the NFL would think about implementing it. Mm-hmm. He's talking about it's every game. The only thing capable of tipping scales is a high-profile incident in a playoff game.
Which we had.
Right.
We had the Josh Allen sneak.
Right. What about it? Did he get it? Are we sure?
What I'm saying is the chip is more likely to get that right than the line judge is. And I'm going to take the system that is more accurate. I don't care who decides.
What you're assuming is that the chip would be wrong in the same direction all the time. So we have the chip.
No, it might not be.
We have the chip technology. We watched that replay, and the chip says he was 6 inches short.
Uh-huh.
And you're like, oh, okay.
I would have more faith that would be correct than I'm saying the line judge. I would have more faith in that.
No, but as it says, 6 inches short, you're going to say, like, well, that must be right. Or is it wrong? And thereby worthless.
It's not worthless. Like, just because it can be wrong, that's what I have. I already have that. I'm just getting it happening less often.
But VAR is not wrong. That's the thing about VAR. The soccer chip, the chip technology in soccer is never wrong.
Right.
Have you ever seen a goal where they say, you know what, that was the buzzer said it went over the line, and it didn't. It never happens.
Do we know their margin of error? There must be some, but maybe it's less than an inch. I don't know what it is.
Maybe
it could be so microscopic that it's not even worth mentioning.
Right.
But everything's going to. And the other thing, if you implement that, and I think you're more likely to try to improve on it then, and get better year after year on that. That kind of comes down to, I already feel like they have an inexact system that just replacing one system which is just the humans deciding, the referees on the sideline, the line judges deciding how close you are. If I have another one that I'm also going to get wrong sometimes, but it's going to happen less often.
Not sometimes. Every single one of them is ballpark it 6 inches.
Wait, that's saying everyone's going to be 6 or can be 6 inches.
That means the margin of error. That means when you're spotting, it's like we've got about a 6 inch fuzzy space that we think is, which I guess would mean 3 inches each way. I don't want to. I don't want to multiply it to 12. But do you know how much 6 inches is relative to a football? It's a little more than half a football.
It's also
so now when I'm reaching forward and placing the ball out, it's either going to give me a half a football.
It's also 1/6 of a yard, by the way.
Right?
Again, that's the margin of error that they're saying is too large to go to this system is also too small for them to ever correct on a replay review.
No, that's true.
So actually, in that instance, it by their definition, it kind of is small enough of a margin of error. Because if they watch a replay and it's only a 6-inch difference, are they going to change it?
But again,
almost never.
That system to completely spot the ball, that's a margin of error that is independent of when the knee went down. They don't have the full system in place, and it's just the 6 inches.
Because you would need to pair that with, what, a chip in the knee pad?
Every single knee pad, every single elbow, every single butt, every single... And in addition to that, there's forward progress. Now it's the official blows the whistle for forward progress, and where was the ball? Roughly 6 inches, give or take, when the official blew the whistle. Like, it's not a perfect system that also includes a 6-inch margin for error. The system they have right now, there is not a 6-inch margin for error. The person, the official, places the ball on the ground, and then they zap it, and there's no margin for error. That's just accurate because it's not moving, and they can digitally map the field.
But the spotting of the ball has a full yard margin of error, if not more. Like, that's the only point I'm trying to make is what you have now. The line judge, his margin for error is 6 times greater than what that chip would give me.
I mean, if you're saying they're going to miss it by a yard.
Yeah, a yard. We don't think they ever miss it by a yard.
But whenever they miss it by a yard, it's only because a different interpretation of when the play stops. Is that not correct?
Right.
Like
other than the only other instances where that would not be true is when, like, these sneaks, especially with all these sneaks now, where Josh Allen is in the sneak and he is buried within 10 guys, and, like, you can't see him. You don't really know how far that football went. The line judge has no way. He can't see through all of those people. The chip would. Wouldn't it?
The chip would see where the ball is.
The chip would know where the ball is when the line judge might never see the ball. He might just be taking a guess.
So then how does he know when to call the play dead?
Like, they're guessing. You don't think they guess on some of those plays? There are plays where we see the camera down the line. Like, there's no way that line judge saw where the ball was and the knee at the same time.
So now you're just basically throwing in a grab bag of, like...
kind of. Like, really, the point here is, even with this chip part of it, there's no exact way to do it. There's no exact way to do it. And if you want that Josh Allen play, if you think he was over the first down marker, to ever be completely accurately judged, you eventually have to go to something like this. Maybe it has to get better, but you have to go to something like this eventually. And I think they will. All the tech stuff that's happening these days in sports, VAR and the tennis thing, the NFL's not there yet. To think they never will, like, I don't think that. I think they eventually will get to that. Maybe it takes some high-profile mistake or what, but it's a $10 billion league. And, like, even though it kind of sounds complicated, like, we need to know where the knee is down and the ball at the same time.
It is very complicated.
Like, it is, but with the money that they have at their disposal, I think they could hire, like, 3 electrical engineers, take 2 years at it, and they probably will figure it out.
How hard could it be? Who do you think's worked on this project so far?
Probably
Let's call some electrical engineers.
Just call a couple electrical engineers. You'll figure it out.
If you're an electrical engineer, the phone number is 803-0550 if you want to call us. All right, we got to get a break in. Sal coming up at 8 o'clock. It's the return of the blue and red tonight at Highmark Stadium on WGR. The silver lining on what happened with Hairston is that the Trey White looks good.
Yep.
Chatter had already been well underway. It's not like this week happens. I think Trey looks. It was Trey White looks good, and multiple reporters thinking Hairston's not going to start the year. Trey White looks really sharp out there. Looks really good. Mm-hmm. Sal earlier in the week, maybe on Tuesday, maybe Monday, referred to Trey White as the best player on the field. So, that's, to me, a really good sign. It's unfortunate that Hairston's timeline can be thrown off, but he doesn't have to rush back. And if it's a 3-week injury, which is what Ian Rappaport said, if it's a 5-week injury, he'll be ready by, the start-ish of the season, and they will not feel pressure because they have this gaping hole out there because Tre'Davious White has looked the part. So that's gone a long way to kind of making me feel like, all right, fine, it'll be fine.
Is safety at all behind Cole Bishop and Taylor Rapp Is that changing at all, in your opinion, for who is maybe in line right now to make the team? I'm thinking about Hamlin for this. Like, Hamlin, I don't know, I always see him interacting with guys out there, like whether it's the young guys or it's coaching, and, of course, he could do special teams as well. And then there's rookies, obviously, that are competing there. There's Cam Lewis. I don't know. What does safety look like to you right now, or is it still a huge question mark behind Bishop and Taylor Rapp?
I have long believed, like, my prediction going into camp was that Derek Forrest would be the fourth safety and DeMar Hamlin would not be on the team. But the way that you get DeMar Hamlin on the team, because I could see it, would be Cam Lewis and Jordan Hancock are both are kind of guys that you don't necessarily rely on to be your fourth safety. They can do a lot of different things for you. They can be versatile. One can play special teams. One can be a nickel. I still think it's going to be it's tough for numbers. I think it's DeMar Hamlin and Derek Forrest could be fighting for a spot. And the reason I say that is because I just can't see Cam Lewis not on this team. Brandon Beane loves him. Yeah. He thinks Brandon Beane will tell you the guy could start for a lot of teams as a nickel corner. Mm-hmm. Why would you get rid of a really, really terrific backup nickel corner?
Right.
When he can be on your team. And he's been here for 7 years now. He plays all your special teams. The fly in the ointment is Jordan Hancock. Jordan Hancock, because he can play safety, he can play nickel corner, that squeezes one of those numbers. And it's going to be interesting to see how it washes out.
And the Bills love their position flexibility. It's
yes.
kind of a way to make a 53-man roster kind of like a 57-man.
You've never seen a pick that high ever get this little of a chance. He was the third overall pick. Do you know how many games he ended up starting?
Is it like 5?
5.
Okay.
He ended up starting 5 games. So if someone did, say, try that out for a spin, you'd be giving a third overall pick that's only played 5 games a shot. But I don't think he's ever getting a shot.
It just feels like
it's been too long. It's been too the timeline's been too long.
And it's also, who owned the car before you? Who had Lance on their team before you?
Right.
If you are, he was drafted by Matt Eberflus. You might think,
sure,
there's something in there.
Who gets second chances all the time? Jets quarterbacks.
Yes, I was just going to say Adam
Jets
Gase.
Quarterbacks.
If he'd been with Adam Gase, maybe there's something in there. Instead, it's Kyle Shanahan. And I'm not saying it has never happened, but I think that the NFL at large, the coaches, Shanahan didn't like that? Okay, it's not going to work for me. Like, Shanahan can shine up any quarterback into something, all the way down to Nick Mullins and, of course, Garoppolo and Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy.
Yep.
So, Kyle wouldn't start him? It's over. Sorry.
Right.
Sorry, kid. You got a chance with the guy that's the quarterback wizard, and he said you can't do it. So I'm not be the one to take a chance. That said, he played pretty well for Harbaugh and Greg Roman last night. And
he did, in a preseason game against backups, but he did.
Right, that's right. In a preseason game against backups. This is where someone calls and says, guys, E.J. Manuel had a really nice game against the Colts. I'm like, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right, he did.
Return of the blue and red tonight, 5:30 at Highmark Stadium. Bills be practicing. See if Josh Allen wears a crazy helmet. Also, Cole Bishop, seeing if he practices. He was not on the field yesterday. He's dealing with a quad injury. Spencer Brown working off to the side. Hopefully he's getting closer to a return. Alec Anderson, offensive lineman of the Bills, is week to week with a knee. He had a knee scope, and they've had other injuries. Cedric Van Pran Granger in the interior offensive line, so a couple of injuries for the Bills up front. Chargers win 34-7 in the Hall of Fame game. Trey Lance threw for 120 yards and 2 touchdowns. Ceremony this week, inducting the class of 2025 this weekend. Terry McLaurin requested trade out of Washington. Adam Schefter says Washington are getting calls, but at the moment they have no intention of trading him. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
To which, excuse me, to which the answer is definitely, of course. He's fantastic.
Yes.
He'd make every team he played for better. Terry McLaurin. He's been great the whole time.
Yep.
Finally got a quarterback, had a bunch of touchdowns, and people treat that like, oh, he's trying to cash in on the big touchdowns. Like the actual answer is probably he could have had that the entire time.
Yeah.
He finally got somebody to show what he could do.
How different is McLaurin as a trade idea right now compared to what Diggs would have been a year ago for a team acquiring him? Same age.
Yeah.
Diggs went for a second, and he did not sign a new massive deal with Houston. He might have got one, right? He got a pretty good deal from New England, even with a knee injury.
Right.
But it's like that's I wonder how many teams are just willing to line up and give a 30-year-old receiver that money. I think Washington should, like over at least 3 years or something like that. But you're not getting like a 6-7 year experiment here. This is going to be you're happy with McLaurin being this for 2 years, aren't you?
Yeah.
If you get him?
Yeah.
I guess the difference was Diggs was is declining the wrong word. He didn't finish strong, right? In 23, and McLaurin did.
Right. He had just come off 3 incredible seasons and kind of gotten phased out a little bit, so there were some doubts. And the team also wanted him to move.
And Washington does not.
You would think that they're not eager to do that, yeah.
No, they probably just want him to play on his current contract.
803-0550. Toby in Buffalo. Hey, Toby, good morning.
Yeah, real quick on that signal. What happened was I use a 512 hertz strength signal, and even 4 feet difference is like 5% accuracy. And then if it's standard and it's locked on, you can verify it. But if it's moving around or there's plenty of things, obstruction. So I'll give you a real quick example. I was trying to locate a broken pipe. It said it was 4 feet. We dug down. There was no pipe there. It was actually 8 feet down. The signal was a foot off just at 4 feet. Mm-hmm. And we use very expensive, very huge signals. To do that on a grand scale with so much interference in radio, and I know you guys know radio signals, that it's very difficult if it's moving, obstruction, distance, if the ball is perfectly, if it's tilted over or on its back, that all affects it. So the technology is just not there for that type of act. I'm surprised they even said 6 inches. Very shocked at that.
Thanks, Toby. You overestimate my knowledge of radio signals.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, we are indeed on the radio.
Yes.
But signals,
ask me to explain how we are arriving at your radio. I'm going to have a tough time.
Yeah. I just had something.
That kind of points to, though, that, like, I said, like, hire a couple electrical engineers. It sounds like it was expensive, and it would be expensive just to get it to 6 inches in the first place. In accuracy.
I don't think the NFL is resistant to perfect ball spotting technology because it's expensive. I don't believe that. I mean, again, every article about it today is, and I saw another one, it's Yahoo Sports. Every headline, the headline really is, we've done it. And the story is, it's not that big a change.
No.
I do have a fun tweet about this, and I appreciate this. Like, I'm over here trying to explain that it's a lot more difficult than people give it credit. Lawrence wrote in, how is it possible I can walk into a place across from the electric building, stand in front of an orange box and hit a golf ball, and it can tell me within seconds how far and accurate I was, yet the NFL can't figure this out? I'll do my best to explain why I think that is different. Because the computers are processing one thing there, the ball. Mm-hmm. What did the ball do? How did it spin? What was its speed? What was the angle? Mm-hmm. I mean, the quickness with which it processes all that, like on a TrackMan, is impressive. And if you've played simulator golf, they are accurate and really impressive. The issue is not where is the ball. If you wanted to highlight the ball, it's a lot probably like Fox tracking the puck around the boards in 1994. Is it not? Hey, look, there's the ball. The issue is, if you really wanted it to be spotted 100% properly, you would need thousands of data points on everything. You would need every knee, every elbow, forward progress. I don't even know what you would do about that. Officials blow a whistle. Now I need every one of those to be respondent and synced up with when the whistle blows. So the computer can instantly simulate a still photo of where the ball is and where all the knees are and when the whistle blows. And the idea that you want all of that crunched immediately to tell you where the spot is, I don't think it's as easy as anybody makes it out to be. I think it's probably elaborate and difficult to do. So if they could do it, should they just use AI? I don't know, can AI do that kind of thing? Maybe that's in the future. But
I think it is in the future, but I think it's also fair to point out that it might be tough to do.
I don't know if you're talking about like 3-dimensional imaging of every single body on the field and lines to gain and all that. I don't think it's as easy as anybody says it is. One spot they probably could do this is, and I don't know if this has ever been discussed, kicks that go over the uprights at the top.
Oh yeah, that feels way easier than spotting the ball.
That's sure. Map it, shoot the crossbar straight up in the air.
He's got to virtually
did it go inside? Where did it cross over?
Right.
You know that's not the K zone. A baseball. Where's the baseball? Go through this box.
Right.
There's a box that's mapped on your television and mapped in the system. And one ball. Yeah. Where did it go through there? To me, that doesn't seem ridiculous that the TrackMan can do that, and that actually trying to figure out where the proper spot for a football is would include quite a bit more crunching. We'll build a computer the size of a stadium next to every stadium so it can run those numbers real fast. I don't know. I also don't think it's I personally don't think it's a massive problem. I know what happened last year in the playoff game. I know. I don't think it's something that is a massive problem for the league.
You want to take a guess at what TrackMan claims their margin of error is, by the way? Not to say like this should be any better. It's easier to do this in the NFL.
Sure.
But want to guess what their margin of error is? Where they think it is?
Well, when I hit the ball, it's a lot of margin for error because I always hit it straight and awesome. So when it goes like
there
way
is nothing
like 30 yards margin of error.
30 yards?
Yeah.
Everyone's got that friend that every time they go to the simulator,
this doesn't work.
Is so off.
This doesn't
There's
work.
No way that ball. Yeah. TrackMan says 1 foot. 1 foot is it.
So every time,
and they go by yards, so that would basically say they're telling you that we're right every single time on the yardage.
Well, I mean, how many times have I come up 1 foot short on a chip? Just saying.
That's true.
That should count. That was in. I'm going to say that next time I play you in the sim.
If it's 1 foot, shouldn't TrackMan make the hole bigger? Like, hey, we're admitting it's 1 foot, so we're going to make the hole 1 foot bigger. Oh, that would be huge then, wouldn't it? That sounds like it's not that much. The hole already is only like a couple of inches.
How many strokes lower would you shoot if the hole was a foot?
A
foot bigger.
Oh, man.
Wouldn't you?
Par.
You would shoot 72?
Yeah.
No way.
72. I have 1 putt every time.
You're not.
That's a huge hole.
You're not tapping in every single hole.
No, but I'm making Aren't you making like 90% of your 20-footers now?
No way.
Yeah.
90%?
Yeah. The 20-footers, 15-footers.
I don't know what golf course is going to destroy the cups that they have on the green to find out this question, but if anybody wants to offer.
You just have to buy one of those, the things they make the cups with. Just buy a bigger one.
Yeah, I don't know if they make those. A 1 foot.
Somebody's got to make one.
Diameter.
Somewhere. What about, they play the, aren't those soccer ball golf courses out there? Soccer golf, isn't that a thing?
It's a thing.
I don't think it's a thing here, but I've seen videos of it. How do they get those in the hole? You need a soccer ball size hole.
Well, usually, yeah, I don't know.
Or maybe they don't have holes. Maybe you hit like a a target.
They might dig that with a shovel. Who knows? Sal coming up at 8. It's the return of the blue and red tonight. Bills preseason rolls on. Hall of Fame game was last night. Hall of Fame ceremonies this weekend, including Marv Levy will be honored. He turns 100 in 2 days. So happy early birthday to Marv. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. But it was preseason. It was the Chargers. It was Harbaugh firing up Trey Lance, who went 13 of 20 for 120 and 2 touchdowns.
Yep. Only took 1 sack on the night, too.
Yeah.
Wasn't scrambling all the time. He was trying to throw the ball, and he had some pretty passes, I think. He always had arm talent. Like, he had the big arm. It was really inconsistent, but it's too late for him, right? No matter what. It's too late for him.
Lance?
Yeah. And what's funny about it's too late for him is you've never seen a pick that high ever get this little of a chance. He was the 3rd overall pick. Do you know how many games he ended up starting?
Is it like 5?
5.
Okay.
He ended up starting 5 games. So if someone did, like, say, oh, try that out for a spin, you'd be giving a 3rd overall pick that's only played 5 games a shot. But I don't think he's ever getting a shot.
It just feels like
it's been too long. It's been too, like, the timeline's been too long.
And it's also, who owned the car before you? Who had Lance on their team before you?
Right.
If you are, he was drafted by Matt Eberflus. You might think,
sure,
there's something in there.
You know who gets second chances all the time? Jets quarterbacks.
Yes, I was just going to say Adam
Jets
Gase.
quarterbacks.
If he had been with Adam Gase, maybe there's something in there. Instead, it's Kyle Shanahan. And I'm not saying it has never happened, but I think that the NFL at large, the coaches, Shanahan didn't like that? Okay, it's not going to work for me. Like, Shanahan can shine up any quarterback into something, all the way down to Nick Mullins and, of course, Garoppolo and Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy.
Yep.
So, Kyle wouldn't start him? Nah, it's over. Sorry, kid. You got a chance with the guy that's the quarterback wizard, and he said you can't do it. So I'm not be the one to take a chance. That said, he played pretty well for Harbaugh and Greg Roman last night, and
he did. In a preseason game against backups, but he did.
Right, that's right. In a preseason game against backups, this is where someone calls and says, "Guys, EJ Manuel had a really nice game against the Colts." I'm like, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. He did. The silver lining on what happened with Hairston is that the Trey White looks good.
Yep.
Chatter had already been well underway. It's not like this week happens. Oh, I think Trey looks. It was Trey White looks good, and multiple reporters thinking Hairston's not going to start the year. Trey White looks really sharp out there. Looks really good. Mm-hmm. Sal earlier in the week, maybe. Hey, I owe you the pick of the week from yesterday. Pick of the week from Riverfront Auto Sales is a 2004 hot red Chevy SSR. Retro-style roadster, blends muscle with style, and it's ready to cruise. Hurry down to Riverfront Auto Sales today with the deals. Drive themselves, 1379 Niagara Street. Shop online at riverfrontautosales.com. Call 886-1626. I saw this roadster yesterday. Went down to Riverfront, talked to Marty. Mr. Marty, I'm about my son because I discovered that whenever I go down to Riverfront for, get service on the vehicle, or I actually now can burn 20 minutes there because my son... like most 4-year-olds, likes Hot Wheels cars.
Yep.
And when you go down to Riverfront, there's a bunch of Hot Wheels cars. Not little ones, but...
like real ones.
Corvettes and Roadsters and the classic cars. So, got some time to burn. Like, you want to go see some cars?
Yeah.
So we did that yesterday. The official pace car of an Indy 500 sitting there. It's cool. He likes race cars.
Nice. Has he been asking for a race car bed? Like most kids do at some point?
Not yet, but everything else race cars. Yeah.
Well, that's coming. Maybe he doesn't know that there are race car beds.
Did you have... You know what? That's likely.
So you got to be careful. The first time he sees a race car bed, he's going to be like, I want that.
Did we all want a race car bed at some point?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, you wanted that.
Right? Everybody?
Yeah.
Owen?
You had Hot Wheels? Hot Wheels has been around since 1968, I think.
I had Hot Wheels, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, Hot Wheels and Lincoln Logs. Those are my two go-tos.
Lincoln Logs.
Yeah. And Beyblades.
How many people can say they lived in a Lincoln log house?
Did you?
I did.
Wow.
Grew up in a log cabin.
Wow.
You grew up in a log cabin?
Yep. My parents built it like 3 or 4 years before I was born, and
really
grew up there my whole life.
Interesting. Did you have Lincoln Logs then?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I played with Lincoln Logs all the time. Used to set up the little army guys in there.
Lincoln Logs are great.
Do that stuff. It was fun.
Yeah, Lincoln Logs were good.
Lincoln Logs over Legos?
No. No way.
No.
Fine.
No way.
That's fine. I might have played with Lincoln Logs more, but that's probably right. You can do way more things, obviously, with Legos. Like way more.
That's right. But Lincoln Logs are less...
They're great.
Annoying to clean up.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Hurt less when you step on one, possibly.
I feel like putting the logs together is more satisfying than putting the two Legos together.
You know what? I don't have a counterpoint.
By the way, very quickly I'll throw a pick of the week candidate in there. The Killers this weekend. Tomorrow. My wife asked, do we think Dawson Knox will be up on the stage at one point?
I think Bills players will be there.
Knox and Kincaid are always the two that are dancing the most to it when it's happening on the stadium.
I want you to tell me how great the show is, because I had tickets and I'm not going.
Mm-hmm.
We made a family decision to do something else because there's something else to do that is important to us. And I love the Killers, and I love the idea of an outdoor concert, and it's going to be amazing.
It's going to be amazing.
And everybody I know is going.
Do you want me to tell you it's amazing, though, or do you want me to be like, it was fine, you didn't miss much?
I do want you to tell me it's amazing.
All right.
Because I've seen them before, so I'll live. 803-0550, if you're going to the stadium today, have a good time. Battle of Blue and Red. We'll talk to Sal about what to expect, the latest on the injury front as well. Sal joins us coming up here in about 10 minutes on WGR. It's been in place, the RFID tracking tech, since 2017. Those chips are also affixed to players' pads. that's how next-gen stats has come about. Like we've seen ball carrier speed and how far a ball travels in the air and all that. The NFL has toyed with locationing. Could a ball cross the goal line? Could it cross out of bounds? And, where a punt goes out of bounds. There's an expectation that before long, the RFID tracking would help with ball spotting. However, the margin of error is still up to 6 inches, according to the company that they would work with here.
And my opinion on that has always been, I think it's ridiculous to think that the referees now are within 6 inches of accuracy.
Oh, they definitely, again,
I think you are improving for sure.
You are not.
On accuracy.
It would be a disaster.
You think right now they're within 6 inches?
Yes.
Walking all the way from the sidelines, knowing exactly when the ball reaches its farthest point. They are within 6 inches?
Hold on. That's not the important thing. I mean, that's part of it. If you just, we're rolling out this technology. The buzzer that goes off to say the ball crosses the plane of the goal line could buzz 6 inches short. Mm-hmm. The first time that happens, you scrap the system.
No, you review it, and like a referee would have called a touchdown, and you just do the same thing.
But there's no reviews in that scenario. You're turning it over to the tech. You're turning it over to the technology to say, the official signals touchdown as a player reaches for the end zone, and we watch, and he is 6 inches short. As soon as you see it with your eye, that is 6 inches short, but the official has signaled touchdown, you're asking, wow, the official really blew that. Like, actually, that's the tech that blew that.
But either way, I don't care who's making the original decision. I've got all the cameras up in New York. They're going to call down immediately and say, actually, that was short. It's the same thing. The only difference is the chip is telling me, in one instance, the chip is telling me it was a touchdown and it isn't. And in the other one, the line judge is telling me a touchdown and it isn't. What's the difference?
So why do you need the system?
Because the system is improving my accuracy. I'm going from, I think, more than 6 inches of identifying where the ball was to, if I get 6 inches, I think that is better than the current officials.
You cannot turn it over to a system that
is better than the officials.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is better than the officials.
I think it's crazy to think the refs are that accurate.
The silver lining on what happened with Hairston is that the Trey White looks good.
Yep.
Chatter had already been well underway. It's not like this week happens. I think Trey looks. It was Trey White looks good, and multiple reporters thinking Hairston's not going to start the year. Trey White looks really sharp out there. Looks really good. Mm-hmm. Sal earlier in the week, maybe on Tuesday, maybe Monday, referred to Trey White as the best player on the field. So, that's, to me, a really good sign. It's unfortunate that Hairston's timeline can be thrown off, but he doesn't have to rush back. And if it's a 3-week injury, which is what Ian Rappaport said, if it's a 5-week injury, he'll be ready by, the start-ish of the season, and they will not feel pressure because they have this gaping hole out there because Tre'Davious White has looked the part. So that's gone a long way to kind of making me feel like, all right, fine, it'll be fine.
Return of the blue and red for the Buffalo Bills tonight at Highmark Stadium. Last one at this Highmark Stadium, 5:30 tonight. At practice yesterday, Cole Bishop was absent with a quad injury. Dawson Knox, Tyrell Shavers returned to the field. Alec Anderson is out week to week he had a knee scope. So we'll get all the updates from Sal Capaccio coming up next on camp. And tonight, elsewhere around the NFL, the Hall of Fame game last night featured the Chargers blowing out the Lions 34-7. Trey Lance looked good, 120 yards and 2 touchdowns for him as he fights for the LA backup quarterback spot. Terry McLaurin requests a trade out of Washington. The Commanders have been getting calls, according to Adam Schefter, but have no intention of trading him. Latavius Murray officially retires from the NFL after 10 seasons. And in hockey, Devin Levi signs a 2-year extension with the Sabres worth just over $800,000 per year. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
All right, Sal Capaccio joining us in a moment. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Friday. Beautiful day. Beautiful couple days on the forecast, in the forecast ahead of us. Mailman boat jumping is the current category and event in ESPN's The Ocho.
I'm enjoying this a lot. So far, we've had highlight, we had Swiss stone throwing.
Yeah.
And now mailman. So this looks like
I would want to do this. This is an event I would want to do.
She's on like one of those river cruise boats, and the boat doesn't stop. It keeps going. She jumps off onto a dock with an envelope, puts the envelope in a mailbox, and then has to jump back on the boat before it's gone.
That sounds like fun. It looks like fun. The question is, how are you the best at it?
Well, they're timing it.
Oh, okay.
I think
so it's teams? It's a boat driver and a mailman?
No, I think they're only clocking how long she's on the dock.
Oh.
So, like, this time right now that she's on the boat doesn't count. But if she spends 5 seconds on the dock and, I do it and I spend 3 seconds on the dock, then I'm in the lead.
The real question is,
I think that's how it works.
Do they have RFID chips in the mail? And
you know this has replay review.
Of course. Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Good morning, Sal.
Good morning. I have no idea what I just walked into.
Yeah, you walked into
ESPN the Ocho Day.
I'm waiting for Slippery Stairs. Slippery Stairs is an event that's coming up, and I've not yet seen it today, but I'm ready to watch some Slippery Stairs, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's people climbing up slippery stairs. So anyway,
that sounds dangerous.
Yeah, the Battle of the Blue and Red tonight, Sal.
Yeah,
catch the fever, right? Catch the vibe. For people that maybe haven't been to this before, or maybe you kind of forget. It is, of course, not a scrimmage, right? It's not a game. It's not a scrimmage. It's just practice in Buffalo. Have you noticed anything that is really different about it than the practices at St. John Fisher?
Well, over the years, it's changed. So, yes. And it depends on – and I would guess how they'll do it tonight. So, there used to be where it would really be a scrimmage. And you would – I think one year there was actually a point system between the offense and defense. You know what I mean? If the defense made a interception, they would get 4 points or 6 points. And if the offense scored a touchdown, they'd have 6 points, right? So I think if I remember that, in fact, one year, didn't they even divide teams up one time? Do you guys remember that? I think divided teams up. There was quarterbacks from one team, quarterback for another team. That you might have Mike White quarterbacking one team, Josh Allen quarterbacking another team, if I remember that. I think if I go back long enough, they've done that. 'Cause they've been doing this for quite a while now. Over the years, though, it's kind of morphed and changed. It's not a scrimmage. It's a practice. It's a practice just like you get at St. John Fisher. However, I do think in this setting you get a little bit more of a live period sometimes. And that's changed. Sometimes it's more of a live period. Sometimes there's less of a live period. I think that depends on the injury situation, who's available to you, what their schedule is coming up, and how much they want to put on guys. And when I say live, they're not tackling to the ground. It's up thud, right? It's you grab up just like practice. You up, it's bam, and then the whistle blows. But you get more of a first down, second down, a true football feel in that regard. So I think it just kind of depends. And honestly, I think early on in Sean McDermott's tenure, he did a little bit more of that because he needed guys to get acclimated. He had a young team. He wanted to get used to more of a football game feel. You don't need that anymore necessarily with these guys, with the team we have now. Now it's just, excuse me, now you have a regular practice and you can just incorporate, different kinds of periods. And if you want to go live, that's fine. But I wouldn't be surprised to see red zone and third down periods, just like we do at normal practices now.
Think we're going to get a crazy Josh Allen helmet tonight?
You're the second person to ask me that today. WBN just asked me that same thing a little while ago. I was on with them, and I said, I wouldn't be surprised. What would it be, though? I mean, he if it's red, we already know they're going to wear red this year for a helmet.
Right.
He's done that. Didn't he do the blue last year? Was it blue last year?
It was a blue helmet last year, yeah.
And then, I mean, could he unveil the Nike rivalry thing? I don't think that's the case. I don't think they're doing that until August 28th or something.
Yeah,
was it?
That's right.
Day?
Yeah.
And then, but it could be something wacky. Sure. I wouldn't totally doubt it.
All right. And they'll usually wear the red uniforms. Or like quarterback, obviously the same as normal practice, like completely off limits.
Yeah, so going back to what I said a little while ago, which is, if you remember, I'm pretty sure one year, if I remember right, there was a blue team and a white team.
Right.
They did that. But yeah, I think tonight would be more of just a regular type of practice. They're just doing it here in front of their fans.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. Sal, there was a camp, of course, yesterday, so we're just kind of recapping what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Alec Anderson, maybe a week-to-week kind of scenario. He had a knee procedure. Cole Bishop missed a practice with a quad. But past those two, we had some names coming back, which was good news.
Yeah, for sure. You're right about Alec Anderson. The team is considering him week to week after having his knee scoped. So, you hope that he can get back on the field as soon as possible. He's a really vital part, I think, to what they do along their line. He's so versatile. He can play every position. And especially, let's remember, we talked about yesterday, Cedric Van Pran-Granger has been out, right? And he has been doing stuff off to the sides, guys, by the way. A couple of media members noted that to me after hearing me with you guys, that he's been out there, because I hadn't noticed him necessarily, but he has been with trainers, so I appreciate that. We'll see when they get him back. He's the only guy really on a list right now, Cedric Van Pran-Granger. He is still on the PUP list, but yesterday, good news, Spencer Brown was activated off the PUP list. He had not practiced yet. He's been doing work to the side with trainers. Who knows? I don't know if they would put him right out there tonight. Maybe that's not until, they'll go back to practice on Sunday. We'll see. So that was one notable name. And then the other ones who came back to the field, tight end Dawson Knox saw his first action of the year after missing the first week of the hamstring injury. And Tyrell Shavers back after that scary ankle injury we saw last Sunday. I mean, for Tyrell Shavers to come back within a week after the way that thing looked, that's really, really great news, right? I mean, it did look like it was significant. Elijah Moore also back on the field. He had some general soreness. He was out. And then, yeah, you're right about Cole Bishop. So Cole Bishop missed because of the quad injury. He was on the field with his teammates. He had his leg wrapped. So, you hope that that's just something that lingers for a few days, and then he's back on the field, and, you could start to get him back.
How concerning do you think that is for Bishop? Maybe I don't know how severe the injury actually is, but this is a player, Sal, that there's already a question mark about how healthy or how injury prone maybe he might be, and I'm sure the Bills don't want to start another trend here of injuries with a player that's already got a bit of an injury history.
Yeah, injury prone is a interesting term. I don't love using it. I think that there's guys who sometimes are a little bit unlucky. There's sometimes guys whose bodies can be, though, Joe, you're right, susceptible a little bit. And I think in this case, you're talking about a guy last year, he had the injury, remember, because he fell down on his shoulder on a football play, right? And he had a shoulder injury. And then this year, he has the quad. And I think that's because there was a collision he was involved in with the quad injury. But that being said, I do think you have to think about how here's a guy that is his body, the rigors of the NFL with his body and the way he plays, right? And is he more susceptible to some injuries maybe than other people because of his size and the way he plays and being physical and being able to be down in the box? Is that a concern for the Bills? I think it's something they have to think about. I wouldn't put it at a concern right now. I mean, it's his second year. You guys remember, it's a great example. And, it was brought up to Bobby Babbitt yesterday, and then Bulldog talked about it. You guys remember Terrell Bernard missed all of his second-year training camp?
Yeah.
And it was was it first year? Maybe it was, or second year. And we were like, maybe, this guy can't take over for Tremaine Edmonds. Look at his size, and he's hurt. And mean, look at Terrell Bernard right now. So I think it'd be a little too premature to put those labels on Cole Bishop, to be honest. And I think that the team knows that and understands that. But I would say this, Joe, that when you miss all of camp one year, pretty much, except for a couple of weeks, and it puts you so far behind, and then you're already kind of missing days now, you need a guy, you need somebody, you need to know that he's going to be able to get in and be available and that he's comfortable in the system because he didn't have all that time on task last year. Those were valuable reps. And when a young player misses reps early, it's exponential because they don't get time to make them back during the season. There's not like regular practices. You're preparing for a game. You're not just going and putting him out there while you're game planning because he's not starting. So I do think it's something you have to think about here. But I think we're still a ways from that type of concern. And, hopefully Cole Bishop can come back soon. I do think it's something to monitor, though.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline as we chat about the return of the Blue and Red. They'll be at Highmark Stadium tonight for a practice and then back to St. John Fisher for one more week of work before the preseason begins. Hall of Fame game was last night. Sal, looking at like the rookie class, Hairston got a lot of attention this week because of the injury, and now we kind of wait for him. Let's talk about the defensive linemen. The next 3 picks in the draft are defensive linemen. TJ Sanders, Deion Walker, Landon Jackson. 2 tackles and the edge, of course, right, with Landon Jackson. What have you seen early? What's the general take on how they're kind of adjusting and whether or not they're flashing here at training camp?
So the word is that Bobby Babbitt used, consistency. That's what you need to see from these guys. He was especially referring to specifically when asked about it, TJ Sanders. Not that he wasn't like unprompted, TJ's got to get more consistent, but someone asked him about him. And he said, consistency is it. Like, you see it, you see the flashes, but you got to make sure that you're doing it on a down in, down out basis every single day. And I think that's got to be the same with a lot of these guys, right? There's a numbers game here with all of this. And how many reps can you get? I mean, do you think about it? Let's just think about the interior guys. Ed Oliver, Daquan Jones, Dwayne Carter. You do have Larry Ogunjobi in there who's going to be suspended. Then TJ Sanders and Deion Walker. Now, it took me 4 names just to get to them at 5 and 6. That's playing on the third team if you go that way, right? So you mix them in with the second team. And they do rotate. It's not like they're only on the third team. My point is, like, it's tough to get reps, guys. Like, people have to get ready for the season. And, you got to put these guys in the field. They got to get reps, but it's hard to do when you have a limited number of time and you have a lot of players. And that's the balance the Bills have. Deion Walker is just a really big human being, and he moves really fast for a really big human being, right? And I think that's been the most impressive part of him. We have to see these guys perform in preseason games. We have to see these guys perform when everything is live. We have to see what they can do when it comes to understanding the defense, where to line up, holding up their gap, penetrating, all those kinds of things. I think that remember Ed Oliver early in his career when he made flash plays, but one of the things about him was, hey, you can't just be trying to penetrate all the time when sometimes that's not your job. Sometimes you have to make sure that you do your job for the linebackers to be able to make their plays, right? Those are things that I think you got to look for with these guys too. Are they doing everything they're supposed to be doing? It's not just you can make a flash play, but if you did it wrong and you didn't do everything according to the defense, that's not good process, and that's not going to result in what you want. And that's when it comes to Landon Jackson. Yeah, when it comes to Landon Jackson, same thing, which is, okay, you got Greg Rousseau, Joey Bosa, A.J. Epinesa, Michael Hoyt, Javon Solomon. I just read 5 names before I get to Landon Jackson. Right. I mean, it's just so hard right now to get reps, guys.
Yeah. I was going to say, Sal, not just as a rookie, but, I mean, that happened to Ed Oliver this year in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
that's right.
It's a constant thing you learn where they set out kind of to trap him, and Derrick Henry went for 85 yards. So, it's constant.
It's a great point. It's a great point. I mean, the defense does work as, I know that Sean McDermott, you're 111th, right? I mean, defense is just like offense in that regard. Offense, everybody, there's a system, the O-line, everybody, there's double teams. You got to know that. Defense is the same way. I mean, you can get away with it a little bit more in defense if you miss something because you can just kind of fly to the football. But defensive football is a system, and everybody has to kind of know their role in that system.
Do you think with Jackson, Sal, like there's obviously no question he's a third-round pick, that he would make the roster or not. But when Hoyt is suspended, do you feel like he's almost in a battle with Javon Solomon for – I don't know how many defensive ends they would normally make active on game day, but a battle for snaps, a battle to be kind of that fourth guy in the rotation that is getting a shot to fill in while the veteran's out?
Yes. I think that if you look at it right now, Joe, let's just project. Let's just project who's going to make the team. First of all, I think the first thing you have to ask yourself is there anyone outside of Michael Hoyt who won't be playing, obviously? Is there anyone who is in danger of maybe not even being on the team? Well, obviously it's not Greg Rousseau. Obviously it's not Joey Bosa. Is A.J. Epinesa in that group? Is Javon Solomon in that group? And I would say Javon Solomon's had a nice camp here, by the way, and he's only in his second year. And I think that he offers something that they can use on third down. And I'm not predicting that A.J. Epinesa isn't on the Bills. What I am saying, though, is if there's an odd man out, maybe he would be the guy, right? Do the Bills have spun guys at the end of camp with trades? And however, they're going to need these guys with Michael Hoyt out, and injuries do happen with guys. So then you get down to Landon Jackson. I could absolutely see, Joe, week 1 against the Baltimore Ravens, Landon Jackson is on the roster, obviously, but he's not a game day active.
Okay. And with Epinesa, maybe that's part of the if Solomon is looking good and Jackson starts to trend up and it looks like he's somebody they could at least count on for a role. The thing with Epinesa is if you cut him, you don't save anything. If you trade him, you save $6 million on your cap. And the Bills are up against it. So you're right. That's in that position they've actually dealt guys. It was Bam Johnson. Bam Johnson was one. Mm-hmm. So you would have to have a team that would obviously be interested in Epinesa.
And Boogie Basham, too.
And Boogie Basham, right.
So, I mean, they can. I mean, it's really been guys like, I guess, over the years, Brandon Beane's kind of made some trades for everybody, really, or with everybody, every position, whether, offensive linemen, a couple guys over the years, Ryan Bates, can't remember the guy they traded to New England the one year, right? I mean,
the center. He was a center.
Yeah.
Bodine?
Roy, was it? Yeah, Bodine. I love it, Joe. Great pull.
What a Bodine.
Russell Bodine?
There you go. I didn't want to say the first
name. Or is that a NASCAR driver? I'm mixing up my Bodines.
I'm not sure.
I think you are, but that's okay. I like it. I couldn't remember his name. I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's a good problem, right? I mean, you have a roster where if you could trade guys off your roster that you're going to cut to teams that are taking them, what does that say? It means that you have depth. It means you have a good roster. I mean, at least in those positions. And I think the Bills do. I think the Bills have a good roster. We get one of the things that I always try to, kind of implore to fans and talk about and say, and it's a good reminder a lot. Today, this is a good reminder to say it again. You can't get caught up in just fixating on the Bills roster. Look around the league. Go take the Jets roster, the Patriots roster, even really good teams, the Ravens roster, the Chiefs roster. Look at the back ends of these rosters. And, the Bills compare with anybody in the league. They do. It's not just about – people can look and go, well, this guy stinks at the back end of the roster. Guess what? I mean, you could say that all you want. He's just as good as all those other guys at the back end of the other roster, maybe even better than what those other teams have. You can't get caught up in just watching your team and all the time and thinking that everybody is like that. They're not. The job is to not only have the best players at the top that can perform, but also have players that can fill in, as the season goes on. And every team is looking for. I think Damar Hamlin's a great example of this a lot of times. Damar Hamlin, he's a guy that you can have on this roster. He started on a team, for the most part, that went to an AFC Championship game. Is he the best safety? No. Could you be better than that? Yes. But there's a lot of teams that would take a guy like a Damar Hamlin on their team because guess what? If you don't have him, you're probably sending a guy just like him, to be quite honest.
Sal, you wrote about at the website the middle linebacker battle, the depth linebacker position battle, Andreessen, Balin Spector. Fans obviously interested in Andreessen. What have you seen at that position lately?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I do think there's a battle going on. I think Andreessen and Spector are involved in a fight here for the backup middle linebacker spot, and we've seen both them perform with Terrell Bernard out. They're both getting starting snaps now with Terrell Bernard out next to Matt Milano. And I listen, Joe, we've talked about this. I have been, Joe Andreessen all the way for a couple months because of Balin Spector's lack of availability and because Andreessen played well when he had his opportunity. I'm not moving off that, but I will say the longer Balin Spector stays healthy, the more he makes this a fight. Because the Bills like Balin Spector and what he brings, especially against the run. And he's smart, and he has position flexibility, mainly. I mean, mainly plays Mike, but he can play a little bit of Will. So, I don't know. Is there a spot for both of them on the team? I'm not really sure. I like the way this is shaping up, though. I love the play that Joe Andreessen made yesterday, though. I wrote about it. It was a red zone 11-on-11. Josh Allen looked out to the flat. He had Ty Johnson Andreessen just dissected it, and he started making a beeline to Ty Johnson. I mean, he's a good 10 yards away. Ty's in the flat, Andreessen's in the middle, kind of. But Josh saw him. Like, Josh saw Andreessen start moving, so he moved off Ty Johnson. He's like, I'm not throwing it there. He comes back to the middle of the field to hit Dalton Kincaid, and by the time that happened, the timing was off. Joe Andreessen made that play. He made the incompletion happen, even though he wasn't near the ball. Like, those are things I love to see. But Bale Inspector, when you go run periods, you notice him because he's good against the run, and that's what he does. I think it's a good fight.
Sal, how's tonight work? 5:30 start. Bulldog's going to be on. You're going to be checking in from the blue and red?
Yeah, no. Here, I'm on with Bulldog 3 to 5 today.
Okay.
I'm hosting with Bulldog 3 to 5. I'll be down at the stadium. I'll be covering the practice, which starts at 5, actually.
Okay, gotcha.
At 5 o'clock. So, I mean, they don't start until 5:30, but at 5 o'clock is what we're told the practice is starting. I'll be on the field. We're actually doing, you will not hear us, but Chris Brown and me and Eric's not in town right now to do it, but we're going to do a mock broadcast. Like, I'll be on the sidelines pretending to broadcast a game. Nobody will hear it on the radio. It's just like closed circuit radio, if you will. It's our practice broadcast each year.
Gotcha. All right. Very good. Well, Sal, enjoy it. Looks like a beautiful night, and hopefully fans get a good look at the upcoming season and some of these.
I got to ask you guys before I go. I did not watch. I watched I watched the last 5 minutes of the game last night.
I watched a lot of it.
Okay. What was it like with the no chains? There's no more chain.
Right. The chain gang is still there. They don't
run out on the field.
They don't do anything.
No,
they don't even call it chain gang. They can't be a chain gang now. There's literally no chains.
I think there are in the.
It's a marker.
Okay.
Yeah. Do they have him still as
See,
the
this
backup?
is the issue. Here's why I'm sorry. I wish we had more time for this. I wanted to bring this up.
No, you're good.
Yesterday we heard from referee Sean Smith, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And Sean Smith said to us, because that's what I wanted to see, he said that, yes, everything is measured electronically. It's still spotted by the referee, but measured electronically. But he also said, even though you have the 2 down markers 10 yards apart, they will not be hooked up with a chain.
Okay.
All right.
I didn't know. All I saw was that, like, when it was time to measure, they called for the graphic, and then you saw it, like, zoom in on it, and there was the ball in the yellow line, and then they just determined, it was short.
We talked about it at length, Sal. My problem with it remains that it's almost as if the NFL wants to fool people and wants to kind of pretend it is something it is not. And Chris Collinsworth on the broadcast said it's kind of like tennis, and it's not like tennis because in tennis there's not a person that spots the ball.
No, that
is correct. I saw Albert Breer tweet the same thing. It's kind of like tennis. It is not. So they now digitally measure a ball, which was never the problem. It looks like it's better tech, and I don't think it ultimately changes a thing. So it's a little faster,
right?
I guess, but in reality, we're still going to be mad about the spot.
I know that, and when I tweeted yesterday about what Sean Smith said, that's what everyone talked about: the spot. I'm in it, like, that's fine. I'm focused on what these chains. The chain is gone, so you're literally telling people you're putting one chain down, you're putting one marker down, at whatever yard line. The person 10 yards away can't pull the chain. Okay? They're just putting the marker down.
Yeah.
Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it feels weird.
Yeah, I don't know how do they know where to put it down?
Okay, so, and I think the answer is Carl Jones said this to me, and I'm like, you're right, Carl. That's right. I think this is right. Do you remember a couple of years ago the NFL said they're no longer going to use half yards? Like, they're just going to place the ball on the yard line, right? Like, if you get to the 31 and a half, they're putting it on the 31 or the 32, I guess. That's what they do now. So I think that's how they do it. So if the ball gets placed at 31, the person on the other end is just putting it at the 41. But there's literally no chain, according to Sean Smith, to yank and pull and put down.
So are we rounding up to the nearest yard line on every downed play now?
That's what they've done for the last couple of years now, basically, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
If you watch a game now, wait, not only on, I think it's only on first downs, by the way. Only on first downs,
right.
Yes. Yeah. They spot it normally after every play. So if you get a first down in a game, let's just in the middle of the field, you get a first down. Watch a football game now, NFL game. In the last couple of years, they've done this. You get a first down. The ball starts always like right at a yard line. It's not in between 2 yard lines, two hash marks.
Gotcha. All right. Thanks.
That's the issue that I was wondering about yesterday. If you saw, and I need to watch this because it's called the Chain Gang and the Chain Crew, and there's really no more Chain Gang anymore. Even though they say the people are there, it's just Marker Crew now.
Yeah,
Marker Crew.
The Marker Group. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Hey, it's technically kind of part of training camp what's happening today, right? It's training camp. And Coverage of Bills Training Camp is brought to you by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, by Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's Your Outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today.
The Bills website lists it at, if you're wondering like when everything opens, parking lots open at 3, gates open at 4, and practice actually starts, like the team actually like doing things at 5:30 is what the website lists at. So
if you are going to 2.5 hour tailgate a practice, you should get something. The Bills should be handing out, patches for your jacket.
I mean, listen, it's going to be 74 and sunny today, and it's a Friday.
It's
like,
going to be nice.
I could think of worse things to do than it. Hey, if it's preseason for everybody, it's preseason for the tailgaters also.
Right. You got to get out there,
practice.
Make sure that mini grill fires up on the first one. You got to, yep, that's right. All right, 803-0550. If you want to throw something our way, we're more than happy to take your call on, really anything. It's a Friday. Jeremy and Joe. Joe says he's got some trivia for me.
I've got some quarterback trivia.
I've only got to one of the things I was going to complain about so far about football. Football's back, which means, we complain about football. And something happened last night. Not the chain gang thing. I already went in on that. But Collinsworth he got me. He got me on something. It always happens. So I'll tell you what that was coming up here on WGR. It's been in place, the RFID tracking tech, since 2017. Those chips are also affixed to players' pads. That's how next-gen stats has come about. Like we've seen ball carrier speed and how far a ball travels in the air and all that. The NFL has toyed with locationing. Could a ball cross the goal line? Could it cross out of bounds? And, where a punt goes out of bounds. There's an expectation that before long, the RFID tracking would help with ball spotting. However, the margin of error is still up to 6 inches, according to the company that they would work with here.
And my opinion on that has always been, I think it's ridiculous to think that the referees now are within 6 inches of accuracy.
Oh, they definitely, again,
I think you are improving for sure.
You are not.
On accuracy.
It would be a disaster.
You think right now they're within 6 inches?
Yes.
Walking all the way from the sidelines, knowing exactly when the ball reaches its farthest point. They are within 6 inches?
Hold on. That's not the important thing. I mean, that's part of it. If you just... You know what? We're rolling out this technology. The buzzer that goes off to say the ball crosses the plane of the goal line could buzz 6 inches short. Mm-hmm. The first time that happens, you scrap the system.
No, you review it, and like a referee would have called a touchdown, and you just do the same thing.
But there's no reviews in that scenario. You're turning it over to the tech. You're turning it over to the technology to say, the official signals touchdown as a player reaches for the end zone, and we watch, and he is 6 inches short. As soon as you see it with your eye, that is 6 inches short, but the official has signaled touchdown, you're asking, wow, the official really blew that. Like, actually, that's the tech that blew that.
But either way, I don't care who's making the original decision. I've got all the cameras up in New York. They're going to call down immediately and say, actually, that was short. It's the same thing. The only difference is the chip is telling me, in one instance, the chip is telling me it was a touchdown and it isn't. And in the other one, the line judge is telling me a touchdown and it isn't. What's the difference?
So why do you need the system?
Because the system is improving my accuracy. I'm going from, I think, more than 6 inches of misidentifying where the ball was to, if I get 6 inches, I think that is better than the current officials.
You cannot turn it over to a system that
is better than the officials.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is better than the officials.
I think it's crazy to think the refs are that accurate.
With so much interference in radio, and I know you guys know radio signals, that it's very difficult if it's moving, obstruction, distance, if the ball's perfectly, if it's tilted over or on its back, that all affects it. So the technology is just not there for that type of act. I'm surprised they even said 6 inches. Very shocked at that.
Thanks, Toby. You overestimate my knowledge of radio signals.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, we are indeed on the radio.
Yes.
But signals,
ask me to explain how we are arriving at your radio. I'm going to have a tough time.
Yeah.
Return of the blue and red tonight at Highmark Stadium. The practice/scrimmage begins tonight. 5:30 is the start of practice. 4 o'clock, gates open. 3 o'clock, parking lots open if you're trying to tailgate. Yesterday at practice, Cole Bishop was not on the field. He's dealing with a quad injury. Good news, though, that Dawson Knox and Tyrell Shavers were back on the field. You can get all the details from Sal Capaccio on our website at WGR550.com. And then back to St. John Fisher next week. Coverage of Bills training camp presented by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor. When you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys. And driven by your Upstate Honda dealers for great deals on the entire Honda lineup. Visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Hall of Fame game. Chargers blow out the Lions 34-7. Trey Lance looked good with 120 yards and a couple touchdowns. And Devin Levi signs an extension with the Sabres. 2 years, just over $800,000. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
We will have Rob back with us to start our season, but we are so thrilled for Rob and Lindsay. That pass is taken away. Spectacular takeaway by Miles Purchase on the intended catch for Dominic Levitt.
Miles Purchase with an interception for the Chargers.
Uh-huh.
And what happened there is the ball gets thrown. It's kind of in the arms of the receiver, and Purchase kind of comes away with it and starts to return it up the field.
Okay.
Again, I was one of the 7 people awake watching the second half of this game. And I said earlier today, I was assembling table and chairs, like children's table and chairs. So I was awake. And Collinsworth on that play did something that he occasionally does, which is, I'll just call it endearing. How about that? Instead of being a hater.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I've never seen anything like that before. Which, of course,
he definitely has.
You definitely have seen that before.
He definitely has seen that.
And I was immediately transported to last year. I believe it was the opener last year, which was Chiefs-Ravens.
Yeah.
And Lamar, on a keeper, cut to his left.
Mm-hmm.
And Collinsworth dropped. It's early in the season. Maybe he just forgets football, and he's brand new. He's like, let's look at this game. Lamar made that move last year, and Collinsworth said, how does he do that? I've never seen anyone do that. And just juked left.
Uh-huh.
And last night, it's a play he's never seen before, which you've all seen this play. It's a nice play by this Miles Purchase character.
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome back to football. Welcome back, football.
We're complaining about Collinsworth.
Listen,
Collinsworth, he's just a happy person.
Football.
He's just always excited about everything.
He is. And
he's always smiling. He's always happy.
Football exists to give us something to both love and complain about. That's why we love it.
Is he not, though? He's not the worst color. He's not the most complained about color commentator, because that would be Tom Brady, I think. Right? I feel like Romo gets more complaints now than Collinsworth does.
I think Collinsworth might be the most complained about.
Really?
Yeah.
More than Romo? Romo is imitated a lot now.
Right. Romo is
Jim!
Sometimes unintelligible, just screaming, shouting. Whereas Collinsworth says things like, Caleb Williams could learn a thing or two from Tyson Bagent. And this guy reminds me of a young Mahomes.
Right, the Collinsworth thing is more about everything is he loves Mahomes.
Yes.
It all comes back to that. Romo, it's more he's not even really trying. He's just showing up and screaming.
Yeah.
Which I think is probably worse. And then Brady, it's just he's bad at it. And nobody wants him there.
He got better, I think, didn't he?
I mean,
didn't he get better?
He got better from he was so bad at the beginning. Even just with the mechanics of he would talk through plays and it couldn't have got worse.
No.
I didn't notice him being terrible in the Super Bowl. There you go.
803-0550 if you want to give us a ring. I'm going to give you one name to watch, by the way, here at the Blue and Red tonight. If you're going to the game or the practice, I'll give you a name to watch. I need a new player to be a truther on. So here it comes.
Because you've lost the Tyrell Shavers truther status, I guess.
Well, people seem to like Shavers, and
everyone likes Shavers.
Yeah, I've liked him for a couple of years now, and he was out with the ankle injury. He had a nice camp last year. I don't know if there's ever a spot for him. So Shavers is Shavers is well known. So here's your next name. Your next shocker, it's a wide receiver. But
is this your Andy Isabella?
Maybe.
That was my guy. He never got going.
Christian Wilkerson. Every couple minutes, I'm looking up at camp when I'm there, and who's that? It was Christian Wilkerson with a nice catch. All right.
Okay.
Who is this Christian Wilkerson character? And turns out he's been in the league. He's played a couple games. He was with the Raiders. He's with the Patriots. He had a 2-year gap in there, and he's hanging out with the Bills, making plays in training camp. He's played in 6 games, and let's just consider something. Is Christian Wilkerson secretly a gamer? He's played 6 games. He has 3 touchdowns
in the NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's 28 years old.
4 for 42 and 2 touchdowns with the Patriots, and then 2 for 18 and a touchdown with the Raiders. Just, while these receiver injuries have piled up, Samuel hurt, Moore just getting back, and Shaver's going out for a little bit. And the Bills got probably a little bit of an extended look at some of the depth guys, and I think Wilkerson has been all right.
Can I ask? I want to make sure. You're not doubling things he's doing because he wears 82 and there's also a 32 Deion King.
No,
it's
definitely Wilkerson.
Because it would be easy to confuse 32 and 82. I think.
I have seen him. Yeah.
Okay.
Backing this up, just seeing here, Joe B has Wilkerson as one of his under the radar players.
I'm looking up right now because he's 28.
Yeah,
has he been a UFL guy? Maybe. There's no reference of UFL or anything on Wikipedia, so maybe not.
But he's out of the league for 2 years, then with the Raiders, and now he's hanging out with the Bills. So keep an eye on number 82.
All right.
All-time greatest Bill to wear number 82 is
Josh Reed. No, that can't be right. Or maybe.
I mean Don Beebe. He's 82,
Don
right?
Beebe's got to be ahead of Josh Reed, I would think. More recently. I mean, receivers don't wear 82 anymore. It's not even a great tight end number, right?
No, it's kind of a lost number.
82? I don't even know who's the best 82 in the league right now.
The best 82 in the league.
Has there ever been a great 82? Maybe there's never been a great 82 anywhere.
Well, here comes Christian Wilkerson to take it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a immediate guy that comes to mind for that. He's not going to make the team, though.
No, probably not.
Best case scenario is he's practice squad, and maybe he's a special teamer, and maybe he gets a catch or two at some point in the season.
Butch on the east side. Hey, Butch, what's up?
Hey, my guys, thanks for taking my call. I love MSG, love WGR. To the fans who listen and watch, I definitely love each and every one of you. I'm getting right to it, but before I get there, the best 82 that ever played in the Buffalo Bills, his name is Frank Lewis. Played wide receiver, played with Jerry Butler, top of the line. Don Beebe comes after him. But anyway, moving forward, I just wanted to say this is the perfect opportunity for the Buffalo Bills to solidify their football team. We have some baggage that's good talent, young talent, and we're spending money that they might not be on this team no more. We got James Cook, we got Matt Milano, we got AJ Epineza. Me personally, if I'm Brandon Beane, I'll take all 3 of those. Put a number 2 pick next year and a number 3 the following year. Send it to Dallas and get Michael Parsons over here because he's Penn State guy, Pagula guy. Bring him here, pay him, and let's move forward with it and build our defense and build our future team. Long time ago, though, thanks for taking my call, is we had a guy named Shane Collin, again, came out of Penn State, middle linebacker. That same year, we went ahead and got a blockbuster and got Cornelius Bennett. My thing is, right now, we got Joey Bosa here. We got a nice young defense. The crew came in this year, added to last year. You go and get Michael Parsons, give up an A.J. Epineza, a Matt Milano, and a James Cook, a 2 next year, 3 the following year. Get it done. Let's move forward. Go get some Super Bowls. Thanks for taking my call. I love each and every one of you, man.
Thanks, Butch. We got to get a board in here. Days since A.J. Epineza has been traded again. Reset that thing to 0. Micah Parsons.
I mean, Sal even mentioned it in the last segment as an idea.
Micah Parsons did say he is farther apart with the Cowboys than last week.
Did you see his tweet last night?
I did not see a tweet last night.
Someone tweeted a picture of him and Trayvon Diggs hanging out at training camp, and Parsons quote tweeted it with the meme or the gif of Will Smith and Martin Lawrence in Bad Boys when they knuckle touch and say one last time.
All right. It's a nice poll. Not bad.
Which would imply this is his last year in Dallas.
Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. I have the all-time player to wear number 82 in the NFL.
Someone tweeted in Jason Witten.
He's the second best. According to Pro Football Reference's value added.
Okay.
The number one player to ever wear the number 82.
It's better than Jason Witten.
Barely better than Jason Witten, but better. It's not John Stallworth. It's not Ozzie Newsome. Those guys were 82 as well. John Taylor with the 49ers way back when.
Okay.
Dwayne Bowe.
He had like an 18 touchdown season or something.
The correct answer is the most approximate value added from anybody ever wearing number 82 is former Jaguars wide receiver Jimmy Smith.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I remember he was good, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they would say he's very good.
He and Keenan McCardell. Hey, congratulations to Brian D. from Hamburg for winning this week's Encore Golf Friday foursome. You scored an 18-hole round of golf at Diamond Hawk Golf Course. $25 Encore Golf gift card and a dozen Encore golf balls. You can still enter the Encore Golf Friday foursome contest at WGR550.com.
With so much interference in radio, and I know you guys know radio signals, that it's very difficult if it's moving, obstruction, distance, if the ball is perfectly, if it's tilted over or on its back, that all affects it. So the technology is just not there for that type of act. I'm surprised they even said 6 inches. Very shocked at that.
Thanks, Toby. You overestimate my knowledge of radio signals.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, we are indeed on the radio.
Yes.
But signals,
ask me to explain how we are arriving at your radio. I'm going to have a tough time.
Yeah. It's been in place, the RFID tracking tech, since 2017. Those chips are also affixed to players' pads. That's how next-gen stats has come about. Like we've seen ball carrier speed and how far a ball travels in the air and all that. The NFL has toyed with locationing. Could a ball cross the goal line? Could it cross out of bounds? And, where a punt goes out of bounds. There's an expectation that before long, the RFID tracking would help with ball spotting. However, the margin of error is still up to 6 inches, according to the company that they would work with here.
And my opinion on that has always been, I think it's ridiculous to think that the referees now are within 6 inches of accuracy.
Oh, they definitely,
I think you are improving for sure.
You are not.
On accuracy.
It would be a disaster.
You think right now they're within 6 inches?
Yes.
Walking all the way from the sidelines, knowing exactly when the ball reaches its farthest point. They are within 6 inches.
Hold on. That's not the important thing. I mean, that's part of it. If you just, you know what, we're rolling out this technology. The buzzer that goes off to say the ball crosses the plane of the goal line could buzz 6 inches short. Mm-hmm. The first time that happens, you scrap the system.
No, you review it, and like a referee would have called a touchdown, and you just do the same thing.
But there's no reviews in that scenario. You're turning it over to the tech. You're turning it over to the technology to say, the official signals touchdown as a player reaches for the end zone, and we watch, and he is 6 inches short. As soon as you see it with your eye, that is 6 inches short, but the official has signaled touchdown, you're asking, wow, the official really blew that. Like, actually, that's the tech that blew that.
But either way, I don't care who's making the original decision. I've got all the cameras up in New York. They're going to call down immediately and say, actually, that was short. It's the same thing. The only difference is the chip is telling me, in one instance, the chip is telling me it was a touchdown and it isn't. And in the other one, the line judge is telling me a touchdown and it isn't. What's the difference?
So why do you need the system?
Because the system is improving my accuracy. I'm going from, I think, more than 6 inches of misidentifying where the ball was to, if I get 6 inches, I think that is better than the current officials.
You cannot turn it over to a system that
is better than the officials.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is better than the officials.
I think it's crazy to think the refs are that accurate.
The silver lining on what happened with Hairston is that the Trey White looks good.
Yep.
Chatter had already been well underway. It's not like this week happens. I think Trey looks. It was Trey White looks good, And multiple reporters thinking Hairston's not going to start the year. Trey White looks really sharp out there. Looks really good. Sal, earlier in the week, maybe on Tuesday, maybe Monday, referred to Trey White as the best player on the field. So, that's, to me, a really good sign. It's unfortunate that Hairston's timeline can be thrown off, but he doesn't have to rush back. And if it's a 3-week injury, which is what Ian Rappaport said, if it's a 5-week injury, he'll be ready by, the start-ish of the season, and they will not feel pressure because they have this gaping hole out there because Tre'Davious White has looked the part. So that's gone a long way to kind of making me feel like, all right, fine, it'll be fine. All right, Jeremy and Joe. Any big plans this weekend, gentlemen?
The Killers.
Owen, the Killers. Owen, what are you going to do? Celebrate the Erie Canal? What are you doing? What are you up to?
I am getting after it with the Erie Canal. I'm gonna take a visit. I'm gonna drive.
Yeah.
I might even get in a helicopter so I can see as much of it as possible at once. That's my plan.
Nothing wrong with celebrating the Erie Canal. What else? The Killers this weekend. Okay. When's the next NFL preseason game? Thursday?
It's got to be at least a week. Because the Bills don't open until
Saturday.
Next Saturday?
Yeah, the 9th. They play the Giants.
Jackson Dart.
Who
I don't think is having a great camp.
You know
who is having a great camp, by the way? Listen, if you want to take stock in Tre'Davious White having a great camp, then you also have to give it to Dallas reporters are fawning over how good a camp Kyrie Elam is having. He is intercepting Dak Prescott twice a day.
I saw he had a pick, and then he also lifted a baby into the air.
Yeah. He's having he's going to start. He's going to start.
His baby, or just did he pick any baby?
I think it was just a random kid. Yeah. He ran over to the sidelines where all the fans were, and he just grabbed a random child and lifted him in the air.
And then walked onto the field with the child.
Yes.
A little bit of a...
He kind of stole a child.
Hey, wait a minute.
As a celebration.
Next preseason game is Thursday, Colts at Ravens. And, there's 3 games. Colts, Ravens, Bengals, Eagles, and Raiders, Seahawks are all coming your way on Thursday.
The Bills-Giants game's 1 o'clock on a Saturday.
All right.
NFL Network.
Not bad. I'll take that. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550, our phone number if you want to chime in on anything. We've talked some preseason. Battle of the Blue and Red is tonight. Watching on YouTube, drop us a comment. We can check it on the chat. Maybe get some a grab bag of chat comments. Like and subscribe. If you're on there, subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can see more of us because that's what you want.
Also, when we come back, I just saw Nate Tice, who I think we've had on the show before, right? Yahoo. His top 10 offenses in the NFL.
Ooh.
Really interesting. Both where the Bills are and where the Chiefs are.
Okay. Let me see if I get how many of those teams I can get.
Yeah, don't look at it.
We've also not really talked about Terry McLaurin today. I just want to say that. We've not really done that much.
That's true.
All right, we'll get a break in. 803-0550. Drop something in the chat. We'll check in on the chat at some point in the next hour and see if we can get
playing the train horn. And we'll play the train horn at some point.
No, why? Why would you do that?
It's amazing. It is 9. A star receiver's on the market. It's 9 a.m. and the train horn hasn't played yet.
On the market.
I mean, he's requested a trade. It's as on the market as you get.
Listen, we all request lots of things. He demanded a trade. No, don't play that horn.
Oh, he did it.
No. It's too soon. People are going to get the wrong idea. They're going to play that horn at the game tonight, right? Third down?
No.
I need the third down guy at the blue and red. It's preseason. It's warming up it's third. Give me one of those at the blue and red.
Maybe they'll replace the train horn because they don't want it being confused with the wide receiver train.
I'm probably the one that should cease and desist on that, though.
If they got rid of the train horn, everyone would blame you.
No.
Yes, they would. They would blame you 100%. They scrapped it because of the wide receiver train.
That's kind of funny. All right, 803-0550 on WGR. One unassailable truth. The return of football means the return of complaining about football.
All right, go ahead.
And that's everybody. That's everybody. Football's back, baby. And what is it? A nonstop roast of, look at this ridiculous sport.
It's kind of like the return of summer, right? Like, the weather was terrible all spring. It's like, man, I can't wait for summer. And summer shows up like, too hot.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Too hot.
What would we do if we didn't complain? And last night, Chargers and Lions, the Hall of Fame game. Hopefully you watched it. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Maybe you watched something else.
So I got to it 3 minutes late. There was a review on the first play.
I did not see that either. I was
the kickoff.
I was busy. I was out with Joe Marino and Patrick Moran for Patrick's Talking Buffalo podcast. So I missed the challenge and the review on the opening kickoff.
There was a fumble on the kickoff.
Great.
And they had to review it.
Great. I'll have to go back.
I mean, they need it's
preseason for everybody.
Got it.
I beat you to it.
Preseason for everybody.
I'll have to go back and watch because, of course, the most important thing is that they got it right. And it'll help me sleep tonight if I see that they got that call right. The silver lining on what happened with Hairston is that the Trey White looks good.
Yep.
Chatter had already been well underway. It's not like this week happens. Oh, I think Trey looks. It was Trey White looks good. And multiple reporters thinking, Hairston's not going to start the year. Trey White looks really sharp out there. Looks really good. Mm-hmm. Sal, earlier in the week, maybe on Tuesday, maybe Monday, referred to Trey White as the best player on the field. So, that's, to me, a really good sign. It's unfortunate that Hairston's timeline can be thrown off, but he doesn't have to rush back. And if it's a 3-week injury, which is what Ian Rappaport said, if it's a 5-week injury, he'll be ready by, the start-ish of the season, and they will not feel pressure because they have this gaping hole out there because Tre'Davious White has looked the part. So that's gone a long way to kind of making me feel like, all right, fine, it'll be fine.
With so much interference in radio, and I know you guys know radio signals, that it's very difficult if it's moving, obstruction, distance, if the ball is perfectly, if it's tilted over or on its back, that all affects it. So the technology is just not there for that type of act. I'm surprised they even said 6 inches. Very shocked at that.
Thanks, Toby. You overestimate my knowledge of radio signals.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, we are indeed on the radio.
Yes.
But signals,
ask me to explain how we are arriving at your radio. I'm going to have a tough time.
Yeah.
It's the return of the blue and red tonight at Highmark Stadium. Parking lots open at 3, gates open at 4, practice is at 5:30. Yesterday at St. John Fisher University, the Bills did not have Cole Bishop on the field. He was out with a quad injury. Dawson Knox was back on the field, as was Tyrell Shaver, so good news there. Offensive lineman Alec Anderson had his knee scoped. He is considered week to week. You can get all the details from Sal at WGR550.com. Coverage of Bills training camp from St. John Fisher University, brought to you by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys. By Outlet Liquor, when you need to stock up, it's the place to buy a case. What's your outlet? By Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys, and driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Hall of Fame game last night. Chargers blow out the Lions. Trey Lance looked really good. Didn't get a lot of the top rookies for LA. Omarion Hampton only got a couple of carries. Preseason continues next week. Sabres signed Devin Levi to an extension. 2-year deal, just over $800,000. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Wide receiver Terry McLaurin has requested a trade out of Washington. He has not received the contract he has wanted. The two sides have not made any type of meaningful progress. And while he awaits a new deal, he's lost confidence that he can get it from Washington. And so a team that is awash in good vibes now has its first negative story, a controversy that hangs over this franchise. It's popular, respected, talented wide receiver Terry McLaurin now has asked to be traded.
Listen, all I want to say, I don't want the horns. I don't hit the horn button. I want everyone to know I don't hit the horn button. Watch it play without my hands hitting a thing.
Throw that coal in the fire. Let's go.
Does anybody else laugh at the unintentionally funny Adam Schefter of an organization awash in good vibes?
Yeah, that was a weird.
Like, wow.
Do you think he practiced that one?
It's so heartbreaking to see this organization that was just awash with good vibes.
Yeah.
And now they have their first negative story. Wow. Well, all right. Terry McLaurin wants a trade. I have not posted a Twitter poll about whether or not you want Terry McLaurin. I've not asked anybody to call in about Terry McLaurin. What?
I want Terry McLaurin.
I mean, listen.
I'd love Terry McLaurin.
He's great. He's
an awesome player.
He's very good.
Yep.
He's very, very good.
He does carry a cap hit of $25 million.
And that'll be a thing.
It'd be tough. It'd be tough to work around. You could extend him after. He's also 30. Don't know that matters. You're trying to win a Super Bowl right now.
Mm-hmm.
Deadline deal? Is that more likely?
I don't know. No. What position are they most likely to trade for at the deadline?
You're saying it's not wide receiver?
No, it's going to be something on defense. It's
corner?
Defensive back. I'll just say defensive back.
Really, I mean, the real answer is whatever they have an injury at.
Right.
Because, well, last year, they had a Curtis Samuel nagging injury. They had a Coleman. Well, the Coleman injury happens after they trade for Cooper, right?
I'll tell you the Coleman.
Or is that before?
So, one thing about
because the year before, Douglas gets traded for because of injury, right? Like Tre'Davious White had been injured early in the year. They go a couple weeks without him. Then they get Douglas.
Yep.
So that's probably the answer. Whatever they have an injury at, that's what they would trade for.
I was thinking about, you mentioned Coleman, and how did he come up? Oh, the game he got injured in. So
Miami.
Yeah. Just a real quick example of where even the shows that are embedded with a player, like the quarterback series on Netflix with Cousins and Burrow and Goff. Yeah, okay, thank you. I really like to see that a quarterback or a coach or a player, when they win, they're still upset about something. Because you know how it works, Bills fans. You watch the Bills win. We're gonna watch them Sunday night against the Ravens in the opener, and we'll be going through it. And you'll be mad about something and mad about this. And if they win, but somebody doesn't play well, you might call up and say like, "I didn't like the play call on 3rd and 7," and you'll have people say like, "Who cares? We won." And these shows often show you that the players and coaches themselves don't even look at it as who cares, we won. Publicly they do. Sometimes. Cousins in that show, there's a game they win where he throws really no good passes on a final drive, and Young-Hoo Koo hits a 58-yarder to win. Mm-hmm. And in the locker room, he's going to talk to his teammates, talking to Mooney. Like, I'm sorry, I missed you on those throws. Like, I'm not happy with that final drive. Mm-hmm. They drove to win the game.
Yeah.
And he's not happy about it. I think it wasn't very good. The only thing we did well was a defensive pass interference. That's why we got a call. And other than that, we didn't do anything. And that was the Bills against the Dolphins here in Buffalo last year. Tie game, they didn't really do anything. They got a penalty on Poyer for hitting Coleman and hit a big kick, and that was it. And it's just interesting to me because maybe Hard Knocks shows us a side of Allen or some players that we don't know about. It's preseason. It's going to be tough. It's training camp. It's going to be tough. The Netflix quarterback show being embedded in a season to see that kind of stuff. Like I really just appreciate that. I like that, even the quarterback that you think is a middle-tier quarterback and not that impressive and he can't move and he's not your favorite guy, like after a win, he's looking at it and saying, ugh, that was pretty rough.
Yeah.
Burrow, after a game they win, 9 false starts. What are we doing out there? Mm-hmm.
He's like mad at the coach for trying to put a positive spin on it.
Yeah. And some competitors are going to be like that and others are not. So I just find it interesting. You get a look in to see how these guys operate. So that's all. You teased the top 10 offenses according to who?
Nate Tice. Nate Tice,
Yahoo Sports.
Yep.
Very good.
Does the podcast with
Charles McDonald.
Yep.
Great podcast. Football 301.
You want to guess them? Top 10 offenses in the league.
Predicting the top 10 offenses.
Yep.
Okay. I'll just rattle off 10 names. I won't think too long, and we'll see what I do here. But I'll say Bills, Lions, Ravens.
Yep.
Bengals. Bills, Lions, Ravens, Bengals.
Yep.
Top 10 offenses. Do I want to go for the Eagles? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys?
Nope.
Not the Cowboys. They will be. So he's wrong. Sorry. I got the first 5.
I'd be interested to see who you would want to take out of here.
Washington?
Nope.
Okay. He's wrong again.
Uh-huh. Do you want them in order of the ones you've gotten so far? Let me help you out there.
Sure.
So you guessed the Lions?
Yes.
They're number 9.
All right. Big Ben Johnson drop off.
You guessed the Eagles?
Yep.
They're number 6.
Okay.
You guessed the Rams?
I did not, but I would.
Okay, sorry. They're number 5.
Thank you for giving me the Rams, which I would have guessed totally.
They're number 5. Yep.
Yep.
Bengals are number 3.
Okay.
Ravens are number 2.
Okay. Are Bills number 1?
The Bills are number 1.
Okay.
Bury the lead here. The Bills he has is the number 1 offense in the National Football League. Nate Tice. So you're missing number 4,
7, 8, and 10.
7, 8, and 10.
Okay. Is he going to say like the Jaguars?
Nope.
Yeah, good. Neither would I. He did not put the Steelers.
No.
Thank you. Good.
The Steelers. I had enough. I don't
9.
remember who was yelling about the Steelers yesterday, but I'm just like, I was looking at Russell Wilson's stats versus Aaron Rodgers' stats. Like, they're going to be the same football team. Anyways, yes, the Niners. They're number 7. 4, 8, and 10.
Who are they? Chiefs.
Chiefs are number 10.
Okay. The Vikings.
Nope.
I wouldn't put the Vikings either. Bears.
Nope. You're in the right division, though.
No, the Packers.
The Packers are number 8.
Okay.
And you're just missing number 4.
Who's number 4?
Tampa.
Oh, okay. Good.
4th best offensive football. Bills number 1, though. Chiefs number 10.
Good. That's where you want to be.
I agree.
That's where you want to be. All right.
Offensive line, one of the reasons he cited for why he put the Bills number 1.
Bills have a great offensive line. No dispute.
Yep.
No Washington.
Not that Josh Allen.
No Washington, no Dallas. Okay. The story out of Dallas is that Jaden Blue is the lead back.
Yes.
And he looks very good. Running backs.
His competition is very, it's Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams.
Evaluating running backs in training camp to me is very difficult to do. You're not seeing.
That's probably right.
You're not seeing full tackles on most drills. It's a lot of up thud. They all just run, get hit, and then run to the end zone on every play. right?
Right.
Every running back just breaks it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, isn't the guy that is the smaller, quicker guy more likely to stand out in training camp than the big bruising back? Like, you wouldn't expect. Is Caleb Johnson is more of that in Pittsburgh, the rookie out of Iowa, like a little bigger, a little more physical. Like,
so far,
I haven't read one thing about him in training camp, and I'm not worried though because
I read one thing about him, and it's not good.
Okay, well, I was gonna say like he might be a guy that is less likely to have a great training camp because he's not built on speed and elusiveness.
Yeah, I read one thing on Caleb Johnson in Pittsburgh. I drafted him in Dynasty in like the first round, middle first round, and it was that he was not holding up in pass protection. Which is
that's not the thing I want to hear about.
That's right. That's not good.
Yeah.
You want your rookie backs to show they can block.
Right.
Or else they don't see the field.
Like Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue is 5'9", 196. Like I would want him to stand out in training camp.
And look shifty.
For sure. Like without the contact yet, I would want him to look like he's the fastest guy out there. So.
Walter writes in on the chat, I like Scary Terry McLaurin, but I can't even begin to entertain the idea because if we weren't interested in a younger DK Metcalf, I can't see the idea of Scary Terry. Yeah, the McLaurin thing, I don't see a pathway. Yeah. There have been plenty of years where the pathway has existed, but, I mean, the Bills have, if I could say this, spent a lot at receiver.
Yeah.
They've kind of spent a lot of money at receiver. And if they had cap space, maybe we could talk about McLaurin, but it's not really possible. The Ayuk story a year ago, and he tears his ACL, but that was doable. They could have made some moves. The cap hit was lower. He was a lot younger. Mm-hmm. But one of the things about Ayuk, I don't know if you should trust him from an injury standpoint, but he is incredible. Mm-hmm. He had 1,000 yards 2 years ago on like 100 targets or something.
Yeah,
it was nuts.
Wasn't much.
They didn't even throw him the ball.
105 targets. He had 1,342 yards.
On 105 targets, that's nuts.
That is crazy.
That's a guy who, if he ever went to an offense where he got featured, he'd put up 1,800 yards. He's incredible.
He had 13 yards per target.
Yeah.
Not per reception. He had 13 yards per target.
And now he's kind of an afterthought. I don't know.
He got injured.
He got hurt. And where's he going in fantasy? A lot later than he probably should have. He's healthy. It's a bargain, but that's a big bet. It is funny, though, because like betting against guys and injuries, here's Diggs coming off an ACL, and he's apparently totally fine.
Totally fine.
And Ayuk coming off an ACL, and he's kind of a ghost. Like, nobody really thinks about him. So,
well, one guy's Ayuk's not practicing, right?
Right.
Ayuk is going right now as wide receiver number 47, right after Matthew Golden.
That's worth a flyer.
If you believe he's going to be healthy.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, the Niners, here's Nate Tice putting them as a top 10 offense. What are they throwing the ball to right now?
Jawan Jennings picked up an injury too, right?
That's right. Ricky Pearsall can't stay off the injury report. They have Kittle. Kittle's awesome. And then you have two receivers that, listen, Jawan Jennings is pretty good.
He's got a calf injury, Jennings.
Okay. But he's pretty good. He's a pretty good player. Pearsall was a pretty good prospect. We haven't seen enough from him to know if he's good yet. That is not prime Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel like they were throwing out there 3-4 years ago. And McCaffrey is coming off injuries, Achilles and PCL. Like, I'm not saying they can't be a top 10 offense, but I would not. Like, that would be the team I would have kicked out of that list because I can't trust Ayuk to be out there. I can't trust McCaffrey to be out there. I can't trust Jennings and Pearsall maybe to be out there. It's Brock Purdy and George Kittle. Good luck.
Right, and they even lost Jordan Mason, who was a very good backup to McCaffrey when he got hurt, and he's not
great.
there.
Right. They have a great line. Trent Williams is great, but that's a team to me that's on real thin ice right now. If they can stay healthy and all those guys perform to their max, then yes, they could be awesome. But I feel like they could so easily break through the ice like that, where they have another one of these 6-7 win seasons, and we chalk it up to injury. But that's kind of what you are right now. The Niners are completely dependent on whether those guys can stay healthy.
Should we think about Micah Parsons at all? Maybe not a trade now, but next year. Is he going to become a UFA? Is that actually going to happen?
No, because they would tag him, wouldn't they?
Okay, but if he says, I'm not going to play for you on the tag, and teams start making offers. I was thinking about think of it this way. Remember Myles Garrett took out a full-page ad to say goodbye to the Browns? Remember Trey Hendrickson making a big-time push to, I'm driving all the way to Florida?
Yeah.
And now he's back. Here's Terry McLaurin demanding a trade. Like, I don't know if he'll leave. Guys don't ultimately leave. So, we could get to next year where Parsons says, I won't play on the franchise tag. And we're like, all right, could anybody actually pull him free? Are we going to, again, like, all this hinges on who knows what happens during the season.
Right.
But if they come up short and they feel like, well, Bosa was okay, Parsons about to hit the market, should we give him $200 million?
Right. I think they will. So that's kind of why I'm hesitant to talk about or even think about him for the Bills. I think they would love him. He's the exact player they've been chasing for 7 years. But this is Dallas. Dallas always drags these out, and they always wait too long to pay guys, and they end up costing themselves money for it. I've said this before. I think there is a chance Jerry Jones does this on purpose to say in the news stream. I think they'll sign Micah Parsons. I just don't believe that he'll get out of there. That they'll offer him the bag in a year, and Parsons is going to go, well, okay, now they're offering me the money I want, and I can remain a Dallas Cowboy where I'm always going to have a high profile, and I'm always going to be on national television, and I'm going to have this inflated sense of being a star, even if I don't deserve it, and he does. So I can't believe that he actually gets out of there the same way I could believe that Hendrickson would.
I don't know that he gets out of there just because you sometimes have to make it uncomfortable and you have to be the bad guy. I don't think any of that other stuff about him being a star matters to him. Like, Parsons is super.
I mean, he's got he's got a podcast.
Sure, he'd had a podcast. He would have a podcast in a lot of cities. I think Parsons knows his owner is a
buffoon.
Yes, thank you. I think Parsons knows that and says as much. And there's a little bit of a movement that way. Not to say the Cowboys are like the Pittsburgh Pirates, but it seems that it's more openly talked about. Like, the Pirates this year in baseball, because of Paul Skeens, have caught a lot of flack. Like, this is not a serious organization. And here's J.J. Watt flat out calling out Jerry Jones for being a buffoon. And it feels like that movement is going more and more in that direction. And if Parsons wants to make it difficult or make it uncomfortable, I think he could usher in his exit somehow. I don't know if you could ever win a staring contest with Jerry Jones. They would say, you're going to play on the franchise tag or you're not going to play in the league. But if Parsons could get a team to pony up, like, hey, you'll give me $170 million and trade 2 firsts?
That's the thing. Like, it's who's in charge there, too. If Parsons, makes it uncomfortable and says, okay, I want to be traded. I'm not playing on the franchise tag. I don't care what you do. I'm not playing for you again. You're not going up against Kevin Adams. You're going up against Jerry Jones. Right. You say, I don't want to be there anymore. What's Jerry Jones going to say? You're a Dallas Cowboy. I'll tag you again next year if I want. Like, he doesn't care.
I'm trying to think who Dallas has traded. They traded Amari Cooper because they didn't want to pay him.
But they didn't, like, all the Dak contract stuff, he never got out of there. Like, Elliott ended up getting paid. Like, Lamb, all these guys end up getting paid. But you're right. Cooper got traded. Cooper had been paid before that, though.
Right. But all those other guys, did they really want to leave?
Who?
Dak, CeeDee Lamb.
No, they wanted to
get
stay
paid.
Cowboys and get paid.
Yeah.
And you're saying that could be different for Parsons?
I'm saying Parsons might be the kind of guy that's had enough. Like, I don't want to deal with this idiot.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's possible. I mean, the comment he made about injuries and, like, he could get hit by a car, like, just I could see somebody taking that really poorly.
Pretty weird. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. We'll check in with Paul Hamilton coming up next segment. The Sabres announced a contract extension for Devin Levi. So he signs for 2 more years. What if I'd told you, and we'll get to Paul again in the next segment, see what he thinks about all this. What if I told you after the 7 games that he played and they missed by a point, in 2 years, the Sabres will sign him to an extension for $800,000 a year? You'd say
two-way contract too.
You'd say, what happened?
Yeah, you're gonna say, oh, that didn't go well.
Yeah, what happened? He's the franchise. He's the savior. He's the wonder kid. Yeah. Next contract is 2 years, $810,000.
And everyone would have been extremely disappointed. You also probably would have easily believed that the drought is still happening.
Yes. And then you would also kind of say, well, has he been terrible? No. He's not really done well in the NHL. He's had some struggles. They pushed him into a starting role. How's he been in the AHL? Amazing. Huh. Well, okay, then what's happening? It's just kind of
and your answer would probably be, he's like every other goaltender.
Yeah, this is how it's supposed to go.
He needs development.
Yep.
And they rushed him.
The hype train got rolling.
Yeah.
In a big way. But it was deserved hype. He was playing like those 7 games. That was a level, at least 6 of them were, where we're like, whoa, all right. Yeah. I have seen the future, and it is Devin Levi.
Right.
So anyway. Yeah. 2 years. 2-way, 810. He didn't pursue anything. He could have offer sheeted, right?
He couldn't have done arbitration. He wasn't eligible for arbitration. I think he was eligible for an offer sheet. So I guess I don't know how much leverage he really had.
I don't think he's eligible for the offer sheet because he was on his entry level.
Gotcha.
Still,
okay.
So he was a 10.2C.
So now after this one,
he would be.
Okay,
correct. I was surprised it was this amount of money. I thought
this cheap.
Yeah, I mean Askarov's making almost $2 million. I think it might be $1.5 million, but
is he a good comp?
I think they're very similar. AHL supposed to be the next guy.
Yeah.
Got traded to another team. Like they are remarkably similar prospects.
Askarov's played 14 games in the NHL.
Right.
So
he got like $2 million.
Yeah, and he's making over $1.5 million. Although that might be San Jose
getting the cap floor
issues.
That could be. And the Sabres are above the cap floor.
Yes, they are.
Congratulations.
by a healthy margin. I think they have $4 million in cap space, $5 million in cap space. They're like middle of the pack right now. Levi's won't end up counting anything once the season starts because he's probably gonna be Rochester. But
we're watching fling golf.
Fling golf looks fun
on the Ocho.
Would you do this?
No.
No
interest.
It's like their golf ball is inside of like a. It almost looks like a really long lacrosse stick.
Yeah, it looks like lacrosse golf.
Kind of, but the basket is like the size of a golf ball. It's very, very small, and that thing, like the stick, like whips. And I think they throw this thing like almost 300 yards. I think it's like the size of a drive, like a normal drive.
And just do not have any interest.
No.
Why are we not putting slippery stairs on the Ocho? I mean, we've been here.
No, that's prime time tonight.
Oh, okay.
That's why.
You know what? That makes sense.
This is 9:25 the Ocho in the morning.
Right. The events we're watching today, I keep thinking I'd rather watch slippery stairs.
They're saving that for the big time slot later. Right next to Extreme Archery Championship, which they're again promoting in the bottom corner here, which I still would like to know what that actually means.
There's T-Rex World Championship races.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
They'll be wearing like the big inflatable T-Rex suits, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. A banana ball. That's the Savannah Bananas. Okay.
Cool.
The bubblegum blowing championship.
We saw that already.
Okay.
That was up there.
Freestyle chess.
What does that mean? Freestyle chess?
I don't know. Bike polo. There's also diving chess.
How many incarnations of chess could there possibly be?
Great question.
Diving chess is going to be in the pool?
Yeah, I mean, presumably
you dive into the pool?
I don't know if it's like, I don't think you dive into, Jello.
Or into the chessboard?
Diving chess.
It's like you get to a place on the board and you have to dive into the board like a Bills fan goes through a table. I don't know.
What's it say that they run this against preseason football and preseason football conversations? Yeah, there's diving chess. You play chess at the bottom of a pool.
At the bottom of a pool?
Yeah.
So what do they have like oxygen tanks?
It's not swimming chess, it's diving chess. No, you dive.
Okay, so you have to come back up for air though.
Yeah, you dive underwater to observe the position and consider and play their move before they resurface to take a breath. So when you go down, you can hold your breath the whole time. You don't get to think any more than you can hold your breath. And then you make your move.
Okay.
Such chess games last on average 1 hour. Combination of physical and intellectual performance is a challenge to manage one's oxygen levels while making good chess moves.
There also, I'd search diving chess. There also is skydiving chess.
Yeah.
With the board that's connected between the two skydivers at the same time. That one I don't think would last an hour.
Who invented skydiving chess? The skydiving community or the chess community?
Probably somebody that did both. Would be my guess.
I just want to do my two favorite things at once.
Chess and skydiving.
Yeah, right. Why can't I just play chess while I skydive? All right, Paul Hamilton on the other side on the Sabres and the Levi contract. See what he reads into that. It's Jeremy and Joe here on a Friday, a beautiful Friday here on WGR. But it was preseason. It was the Chargers. It was Harbaugh firing up Trey Lance, who went 13 of 20 for 120 and 2 touchdowns.
Yep, only took 1 sack on the night too.
Yeah.
Wasn't scrambling all the time. He was trying to throw the ball, and he had some pretty passes, I think. He always had arm talent. Like, he had the big arm. It was really inconsistent, but it's too late for him, right? No matter what, it's too late for him.
Lance?
Yeah. And what's funny about it's too late for him is you've never seen a pick that high ever get this little of a chance. He was the 3rd overall pick. Do you know how many games he ended up starting?
Is it like 5?
5.
Okay.
He ended up starting 5 games. So if someone did, like, say, oh, try that out for a spin, you'd be giving a 3rd overall pick that's only played 5 games a shot. But I don't think he's ever getting a shot.
It just feels like
it's been too long. It's been too, like, the timeline's been too long.
And it's also, who owned the car before you? Who had Lance on their team before you?
Right.
If you are, he was drafted by Matt Eberflus. You might think,
sure,
there's something in there.
You know who gets second chances all the time? Jets quarterbacks.
Yes, I was just going to say Adam
Jets
Gase.
quarterbacks.
If he had been with Adam Gase, maybe there's something in there. Instead, it's Kyle Shanahan. And I'm not saying it has never happened, but I think that the NFL at large, the coaches, Shanahan didn't like that? Okay, it's not going to work for me. Like, Shanahan can shine up any quarterback into something, all the way down to Nick Mullins and, of course, Garoppolo and Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy.
Yep.
So, Kyle wouldn't start him? Nah, it's over. Sorry. Sorry, kid. You got a chance with the guy that's the quarterback wizard, and he said you can't do it. So I'm not going to be the one to take a chance. That said, he played pretty well for Harbaugh and Greg Roman last night. And
he did, in a preseason game against backups, but he did.
Right, that's right. In a preseason game against backups. This is where someone calls and says, guys, E.J. Manuel had a really nice game against the Colts. Like, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right, he did. The silver lining on what happened with Hairston is that the Trey White looks good chatter had already been well underway. It's not like this week happens, I think Trey looks... It was, Trey White looks good. And multiple reporters thinking, Hairston's not going to start the year. Trey White looks really sharp out there. Looks really good. Mm-hmm. Sal, earlier in the week, maybe on Tuesday, maybe Monday, referred to Trey White as the best player on the field. So, that's, to me, a really good sign. It's unfortunate that Hairston's timeline can be thrown off, but he doesn't have to rush back. And if it's a 3-week injury, which is what Ian Rappaport said, if it's a 5-week injury, he'll be ready by, the start-ish of the season, and they will not feel pressure because they have this gaping hole out there because Tre'Davious White has looked the part. So that's gone a long way to kind of making me feel like, all right, fine, it'll be fine.
safe and co-compliant electrical setup, call Empire Electric. Whether it's a new room or a new fixture, Empire Electric will make your home renovation.
Driven by your Upstate Honda dealers. For great deals on the entire Honda lineup, visit your Upstate Honda dealer today. Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550. Get connected to Cherry Digital now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Shop online at northtownkia.com for the all-new Kia K4 Sportage Telluride and EV9. It's Paul Hamilton. That's what they called me in college. He has the facts to back up his opinions. People ask me how the Sabres win tonight. On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Mr. Paul Hamilton joining us on the Wester Hotline. Of course, football practice today at Highmark Stadium, the final Battle of Blue and Red in the current Highmark Stadium. That's 5:30, and just saw a note from Bill's COO, Pete Gwelly, about encouraging you to get there early. So keep that in mind. Parking lots open at 3, gates to the stadium open at 4, practice slated for about 5:30. So if you're going today, enjoy it. Meanwhile, we did have some Sabres news, and we'll welcome in Mr. Paul Hamilton for that. His appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. Paul Devin Levi, 2-year extension for him, and modest money. I don't know if there's anything surprising about it to you, if it's lower than you thought it might be, but the Sabres signed their top goaltender prospect for another 2 years.
Well, I was thinking about this yesterday, and I do think it's a little bit lower than maybe I expected, but the trade-off might be he gets paid more in the American Hockey League, which I don't know yet. I haven't seen any figures on that, what he'll make in the AHL. So that could have been, what they decided to do. Now, some of the other contracts that were done, like 2-year deals, the first year was a two-way contract. The second year was a one-way. So, maybe something like that was done where he would make a little bit more in the AHL this year, and then if he went to the AHL and he would have to face waivers next year, he would make his NHL salary down there. So, those are the types of concessions maybe that were made to get a little bit lower salary. This year it would be $775, and next year would be $850.
That would make sense, Paul, because this is really the first year that going in they fully plan on him starting the year in Rochester. I mean, 2 years ago he's the starter to open the season, and then even last year they waived Reimer. So in this year with signing Lyon, I feel like it's not even really that much of a question, right? Unless it is for you that he's going to start in Rochester.
No, it's not for me. And if you remember last year, he was half the starter. They alternated, and it didn't work for either goaltender. It was a disaster. So that's when they decided, and that's when they got Reimer back from Anaheim, and they only needed him for a little while because Gibson was injured. And then when Gibson came back, they waived him, and Buffalo took him back. But the alternating back and forth did not work at all. So so he kind of was the starter last year too. I call him the half starter, and it didn't work, and he wound up in the American Hockey League. And yes, I would expect that he will start there this year also.
Paul Hamilton joining us on the Wester Hotline. Just seeing here that maybe it is a one-way, so he'd be guaranteed the same salary either way.
I don't think they were sure yet either where you're looking, because they do their thing, and before they didn't actually write a one-way deal, but they on the AHL salary that they have it as the NHL salary. When I look at that too, I don't know if Terry Pagula would be on board with that. Doing a one-way deal on both years, or so it's possible.
Yeah, I mean,
it is possible that they could have done it that way, and he's going to make his NHL salary in the American Hockey League.
It feels like
Terry
Paul,
Pagula would have been up for that.
It feels like they would want to give him something, Paul. This is a player that, of course, they had a lot of hope for, and whether they put him into a starting spot too soon, and they asked him to go to Rochester, and he's really kind of done everything they wanted down there, right? Like, it feels like, if you're just an objective observer saying, like, that seems appropriate to say, like, okay, we're still waiting for you to get up here. Kevin Adams, when he talked about it, said it's up to him when he's up with the NHL team, and, that's kind of a figurative way to say when you put it all together. So I guess their concession to him might, in fact, being like, sure, NHL salary, just finish doing the work and get up here. We're ready for you.
And it's not like it's $2-3 million. It's $775,000. No, you can say, well, an AHL player makes in some cases under $100,000, but still, there are different circumstances here, and it also took until late July to get it done. And I had been wondering, is Levi at the end of his rope as far as going to the American Hockey League? I had nothing. No, I didn't hear this from anybody, but in the back of my mind, I'd wondered if he was trying to get traded. Thinking, what, I don't see a future here. With what they're doing, and again, that was just in my mind. I was just kicking that around, wondering why is this taking so long? Does he want to maybe go somewhere else where he'll get an NHL chance right away? But might have been just what we're talking about here. Just getting an NHL salary while you're in Rochester, and that's your reward for, hey, we feel it's still in your best interest of the development to be in Rochester this year. I know maybe that's not the destination you were thinking, so here's your NHL salary for doing it.
We had one other thing, Paul. I don't think we've talked since Connor Timmins got a 2-year deal from the Sabres as well. That was maybe going to arbitration. They avoided that, and they got a 2-year deal done. Yeah, and that was, reading at some of the sites, they were thinking maybe around 2.7, and he's at 2.2. So I think that's a comfortable contract. Now, Levi, when we're talking about salary cap space, I do not have him in there. I have him in Rochester, so he would not count against the cap. And the figures I'm looking at here, I've got the extra guys as Bryson Jones and Danforth, or Doan, depending on who winds up in the lineup, or Malenstein, whatever. But I have them with 1 extra forward and 2 extra D, which I have them 5.19 under the cap. So I'm going to say the same thing I said last year. I've heard nothing that would tell me that they did not sign or trade for a player because of money. That, well, we don't want to spend the money, and we're not going to do that. I don't think $5.19 million is that big a deal. Last year it was 6, and I said the same thing. I know there are some that feel it's the most egregious thing that Kevin Adams has ever done, and they have said so. Not spending up to the cap when we're only talking about $6 million basically. It's 5.19, or I'm sorry, 5.2 basically. Yeah. So so that, to me, that is not a big deal. They've got the players that they wanted. Well, what about Ehlers? Somebody might be saying out there. Well, Ehlers didn't want to come here. He made that quite clear, not this past offseason, the offseason before, when the Sabres were attempting to trade for him, that, well, that's great, but, I don't want to sign a long-term deal with the Buffalo Sabres. So, that really, he was a good free agent that was out there, but he wasn't going to be signing with the Buffalo Sabres. It seemed like Carolina was his destination the whole way. That's where, we kind of heard right away, and that's where he wound up. But the Buffalo Sabres weren't the place. Now, they still could have signed him. They just would have had to trade somebody, which is fine. If you bring him in, he would have put you over.
You can't have Byram. You can't have Byram at that point, or somebody else.
Yeah, or somebody else. You would have. Maybe it's not Timmins. Maybe his 2.2, which probably would have given you enough to make that deal, or Timmins and somebody else with a lower salary, you trade them away and you can do it. So, but that's, I just have not heard of any player that they haven't, and they kept Byram, and put his salary up on his 6.25 onto the cap. A lot of folks felt, why are you keeping him? You should be trading him for a forward or something like that. So, his salary wind up there. So Personally, I just don't think 5.19 is all that big a deal to be worried about. If you're worried about what Kevin Adams is doing in the Buffalo Sabres, I think there are a lot bigger fish to fry than the 5.19 million that are sitting there.
Right now, Paul, this is kind of a league thing, too. There's 14 teams right now that have more cap space than the Sabres do. That actually, by the way, sets up for a strange NHL season. It's like the cap went up, and honestly, there just weren't enough players in free agency for all of these teams to spend it. So like right now I'm looking, there's only 6 teams that are within $1 million of the cap that are spending to it. And as I mentioned, like there's a ton of teams that are more than $10 million. So I don't know what that means for like movement and transactions this year as like a league-wide matter, but I've never seen a season where like this many teams have a bunch of cap space.
And in the chart that I have too, you look at, I even look at next year. Contracts that are coming up, and that's the Alex Tuck contract. That's the biggest one. If they can get him signed, I'm thinking it's got to be around 8. Maybe you guys would have a different opinion on that. But if they re-sign him, I'm thinking it's got to be around $8 million somewhere in there. Kesselring is going to get a lot more than $1.4 million. So he would be somebody that they want. Krebs wouldn't be that much. Benson, I don't know where Benson would be. I think we got to see how he plays this year and what his production is, because what would he get? I don't have a clue right now what that would be. Again, I think we got to see where his production is, where he plays in the lineup, and but he would be another guy that would be up next year too.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Thanks, Paul. Saw you at Bill's camp. How'd it go for you? Good time?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I go down there and help out Sal when I can, including today. Are you bringing the kids today?
No, we are not coming to this game today. We initially were going to, but we went to camp on Tuesday. We're going to go to the preseason game, so we kind of audibled, and we are not going to this tonight.
Do they like camp?
Yeah. They have like the Ninja Warrior stuff, the rings. They've got, throw the footballs, race each other. Yeah, they had a good time. It was hot when we were there on Tuesday.
Do they bring hockey sticks to camp?
Hockey sticks? No, they bring hockey sticks to hockey games, though.
Well, they bring hockey sticks to everything.
I know.
It seems like.
I have to bring hockey sticks to hockey games because if I don't bring the hockey sticks with us, they will demand they want more hockey sticks. So that's why we learned our lesson. Now we bring hockey sticks to every hockey game.
I don't know. I think for some reason I thought I remembered them with hockey sticks at football too.
Maybe last year. Yeah. Thanks, Paul.
Take care.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline on Devin Levi and his contract, which I believe we might find out is a one-way deal. Before the break, we're going to break in Extendo Sports, and Derek, get you on the other side to make sure we're going to get out on time. So, Derek, if you want to stick with us, we'll get to you. And then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up at 10 here on WGR.
With so much interference in radio, and I know you guys know radio signals, that it's very difficult if it's moving, obstruction, distance, if the ball is perfectly, if it's tilted over or on its back, that all affects it. So the technology is just not there for that type of act. I'm surprised they even said 6 inches. Very shocked at that.
Thanks, Toby. You overestimate my knowledge of radio signals.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, we are indeed on the radio.
Yes.
But signals,
ask me to explain how we are arriving at your radio. I'm going to have a tough time.
Yeah. One unassailable truth. The return of football means the return of complaining about football.
All right, go ahead.
And that's everybody. That's everybody. Football's back, baby. And what is it? A nonstop roast of, look at this ridiculous sport.
It's kind of like the return of summer, right? Like the weather was terrible all spring. It's like, man, I can't wait for summer. And summer shows up like, too hot.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Too hot.
What would we do if we didn't complain? And last night, Chargers and Lions, the Hall of Fame game. Hopefully you watched it. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Maybe you watched something else.
So I got to it 3 minutes late. There was a review on the first play.
I did not see that either.
The kickoff,
I was busy. I was out with Joe Marino and Patrick Moran for Patrick's Talking Buffalo podcast. So I missed the challenge and the review on the opening kickoff.
There was a fumble on the kickoff.
Great.
And they had to review it.
Great. I'll have to go back.
I mean, they need it's
preseason for everybody.
God, Got it.
I beat you to it.
Preseason for everybody.
I'll have to go back and watch because, of course, the most important thing is that they got it right. And it'll help me sleep tonight if I see that they got that call right. The silver lining on what happened with Hairston is that the Trey White looks good.
Yep.
Chatter had already been well underway. It's not like this week happens. Oh, I think Trey looks. It was Trey White looks good, and multiple reporters thinking Hairston's not going to start the year. Trey White looks really sharp out there. Looks really good. Sal earlier in the week, maybe on Tuesday, maybe Monday, referred to Trey White as the best player on the field. So, that's, to me, a really good sign. It's unfortunate that Hairston's timeline can be thrown off, but he doesn't have to rush back. And if it's a 3-week injury, which is what Ian Rappaport said, if it's a 5-week injury, he'll be ready by, the start-ish of the season, and they will not feel pressure because they have this gaping hole out there because Tre'Davious White has looked the part. So that's gone a long way to kind of making me feel like, all right, fine, it'll be fine. All right, Extendo Sports wrapping up. Derek in South Carolina has been waiting on hold. Let's get to Derek before we get out of here. Hey, Derek, what's up?
Hey, good morning, man. Thank you guys so much for taking my call. I was just wondering, I've been listening to your conversation about Michael Hyde and everything. I'm just wondering if James Cook is done with Buffalo or what if they offered him $12 million a year with some incentives, to equal $15 million, or is he just done playing for Buffalo? I mean, I don't understand what's going on. So I'm really hoping they keep him because he's an outstanding player, and I love the guy. And I just wondering you guys' take on that.
Yeah, I don't know. It is tough to know, right? What the split is. The tweet about $15 million isn't set in stone. Just don't really know what to do with it.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
I think money is near the top of his list.
Yeah, as it should be. He wants to be paid. And, a lot of guys will go where they can get paid the most. They have short careers, running backs especially.
Yep.
So, what do you do about it? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Want some hyper-fast trivia?
Yeah.
We talked about Trey Lance to start the show. He only had 5 starts. Give me the other 6 first-round quarterbacks in the last 15 years to play 17 games or less for their team that drafted them. A season or less.
Josh Rosen.
Yep, 13.
Jake Mettenberg.
No, he was Zach Mettenberger. I think he was like a 6th-round pick.
Who am I thinking of then? There's another guy.
Jake Locker?
Yeah.
No, he's not on this list.
Oh, okay.
I think he played like 20-something.
Okay, Rosen's
right.
6 first-round picks?
Yep.
Played less than what?
A season. 17 or fewer.
Boy, EJ didn't play that many games.
17. EJ's on the list.
Yeah.
Couple of famous quarterbacks that were bigger stars in college.
Johnny Manziel,
8.
We got to go. What are the others?
Tebow.
Yeah.
14. Dwayne Haskins,
Right.
the late Dwayne Haskins with 13.
Yep.
Paxton Lynch with the fewest, 4 starts.
Yikes.
As a first-round pick.
Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.